two, one, two, one. And welcome back to Tomb of Annihilation, the last resort company. We are on episode 34, and we are deep into this little Shadowfell bonanza. The party of... it is.
Shadowfell bonanza.
It absolutely is. It's a raucous jaunt.
Episode title name.
It's like the least bonanza place I can imagine.
Absolutely.
It's a lowercase bonanza.
It's a raucous jaunt through the jungle here.
Yeah, it's a real.
Like, clearly emotions. Yeah. But no, clearly emotions are weighing heavy on the party. Still unsure whether they'll make it out alive. And even if they are alive right now, this could all be an afterlife. This could all be a dream. Right now, they have a priority in mind, and that is to figure out who the Bachelor is and where he is, and if there is indeed a way to defeat it. And the party sets forth from the Singer's Stone after Carrick had healed the mind of one of the singers there. He shed some light on the Bachelor and how they are intrinsically tied to the land here. This is his domain, and a dark one at that. Each area represents almost a limb of the beast, and striking out at this creature might warp or change the land in unexpected ways. He hasn't said exactly how. He just knows that if you wish to find his lair or corner him, you will need to strategically strike at a specific point to push it back, to drive it back. Then you sailed around, got lost in the jungle, saw this strange smoking trail coming from the jungle. There were split paths, forked roads, and as best as Revire tried to lead the natural run, ended up getting into a bit of a hot, sticky situation with some giant centipede-like creatures. They lashed out with their mandibles. But, yeah, I mean, they kind of got sticky after you cover them in their own blood.
Let's move on.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, regardless, it seems like whatever they are, they weren't from this land. As Carrick was able to banish one and have it not return, could be that this being, this Bachelor, consumes and fishes up souls that are coming from different domains. But regardless, Carrick, you sent one of them back. The other two were slain. Heading round towards the pepper fields and farms, you found a very desolate-looking land. This clearly is not the right sort of setting for growing crops. If it is, they're at least growing very, very slowly. And Revire, you remember recalling that the Shadowfell is a plane of death, not life. And trying to grow something is, well, it's like trying to find land in the elemental plane of water. It's just not a thing that chalk and cheese. Regardless, you did come across something of interest. The hut on stilts had a few of the flaming fist outside, shouting down and shouting up at the woman inside. Now, although you can see their face at first, you sought to perhaps at least intervene and see what the problem was. Apparently, a bet had been placed, and now this woman inside the hut owed the flaming fist money. Not money, but a currency at the very least. Seems that they have been trading in a rare herb known as what was it? Araguda? Can't remember. Find it. Yeah, something like that. Agaru, thank you. Yes, here we go. Yes, it's a delicate kind of resinous heartwood that seems to form in trees. Apparently, it has the soul of a bird and longs to be free. It has a sort of sweet smell to it, and In fact, every one of you experienced a different scent from it, but this is later when you actually found some of it. In the meantime, you sought to sort of find a compromise between these two parties, and that was to let this woman sort of sniff some more out and repay them in time. And they finally agreed to this. And as the hut was opened, you saw the face of a pale, familiar elf. Cinder Sylvain had been swallowed by the bachelor, it seems, as well, and here she has been staying all this time. Her memory, however, has since faded. She didn't seem to recognize you at first, but after a few prompts and hints, it seems like she started to pick up on the idea that she's met you before and it didn't go down well. Nonetheless, she wished you a farewell and hoped to at least speak again soon. Might not be the last time you see her by the end of this, but for now, you kind of warily escape from her gaze. You have no idea if she's all there yet. Maybe it's too late for her memory. Who knows? Finally, coming up to the flaming fist, you followed them back. It led you into a swampland where they had set up a cabin, and there was a scene of some sort of horrific murder. One of the flaming fists lay face first in the mud and river, their life seemingly sucked out of them. They looked emaciated and withered. Upon trying to figure out what happened, you found two of the spooked flaming fists hiding inside. They refused to come out and eventually had to break down the door. They exclaimed that this creature, this humanoid figure with amber glowing eyes, came in the night, killed one of the flaming fists named Seth, and then no Sten. Yeah, killed Sten, and then of course made off with Ludo, like they kidnapped him or something. Tried to get as much information from them as you could, but they seemed almost delirious a little bit, and there was the sure signs that they had been on this drug, this agaru plant, and that's when you kind of each of you smelt a different scent to it. One either tied to your own emotions or perhaps to a nostalgic feeling. Though unsure whether these are indeed telling the truth or not, you decided to take a rest because it was getting late. And it seemed as though Ludo staggered back into the camp, and Ravaya, you managed to spy on this creature. I say creature because it didn't seem like Ludo was himself, afflicted by some sort of shivering sickness. He also strangled the dead body of Sten in the night. And that was your time to sort of leave. You knew this was probably not the same
All right, guys,
person
we're
he
more than
was
set. We got
before he got kidnapped. And as the sun shone on this poor soul, he was revealed to be some sort of undead horror, and he rushed forward, drawing his blade. Before this fight got messy, he decided to leave, as you could also hear some creature lurking in the nearby forest and the rattling of bones accompanying it. You set out on your boaty McBoatface and finally arrived at the graveyard of bones. This is where you were informed from the Singer's Stone that a shadowy figure had lurked with some sort of unknown intent in this land. Regardless, you can tell this is a place of death. Many a bone strewn here of various sized animals, dinosaurs, some you might not even recognize. And as you pushed in further, a voice echoed out from this kind of mist high up on one of the ridge lines, and exclaimed and called you thieves, that you were here to steal their bones, and that he was not going to tolerate you in his domain. Before you had even a chance to try and convince him otherwise, you saw the skeletal remains of 3 large elephants begin to rise and assemble piece by piece and charge at you. You manage to shield yourself from the first stampede of skeletons before Carrick finally brandished their holy symbol and turned the undead. And all the while, it seemed as though this voice knew you, Ravaya, exclaiming how your aim had got better, and that of course you would come to this place. Of course, you would hurl yourself into danger and into harm's way once again. And that is where we will pick up. In fact, continuing his distant speech, you hear him say, Seems you share my flaw after all. There's no room for caution in a life lived to the fullest. Except, to me, life has become a quagmire. And you start to see a skeletal figure appear on the ridgeline. They're covered in bandages and kind of like torn ribbons. Their facial features seem to be quite slender, but their shoulders are quite broad. And they also indeed have a quiver of arrows on their back, similar to Ravaya, but theirs kind of have a ghostly apparition to it. This person might not be even corporal, but let's drag you back to the actual map. Well, there it is. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Ravaya, how do you respond to this? If at all, you can choose not to. That's absolutely an option.
Just gonna stay quiet.
I think the last thing he actually said was, I've been here for so long. There was only one memory I held on to. And it was you, my daughter. Why have you come to this place? You cannot bring me back. I hope it's not why you came here.
No, I didn't come to try and bring you back. I tried too many times in the past. Didn't even find a way to find you, even speak with you. But no, I'm here because of my friends, who I'm being very rude and not introducing you to.
He says, your companions first. And you start to see him step forward and pull out a kind of long, slender staff that seem to be interwoven shards of bone, and they twist and coil to the end, almost forming like a small kind of claw. And he says, From ground they came, and to it you shall return. and you start to see the skeletons beginning to creak, and then beginning to unmake themselves. Their bones collapse into heaps and sink back into the dirt and mud. So that there is no hostilities.
Thank you for that. It's obvious Revi is trying to keep it together.
Yeah.
um, do you want to come down here and talk? We can come to you, just shouting across this. It's not an effective way to have a conversation.
Yes, I was hoping for more kind of, tears. Maybe you could run up and hug each other. Maybe in slow motion.
You start to see a ghostly figure descend,
Oh, maybe not.
and yeah, they begin to hover down, and it's almost as if they're kind of floating down on a sort of swirling fog as they do.
You could cast slow on him, Yasin.
No,
Maybe
I
you
think
slow
he's
him a
actually
bit.
got that bit covered.
Carrick will respectfully back away, or just back so there's like space, so he's not like blocking a path, and just kind of nod respectfully as this being passes him.
Okay. He does keep a watchful eye on you, as you're the one that so easily put back the fear into the undead. He hovers to about 10 or 15 foot distance from you, Revire, and he also seems, at this point, a little bit hesitant to rush forward. You can roll me an insight check if you want to sort of see into that hesitation.
Okay.
What might be causing it?
Nat 20?
Natural 20. You know how to read your father's expressions. He has a sort of look of shame on his face, and he seems to even be trying to turn his face slightly to one side, and it's the side that actually has more visible color to it. The rest of his complexion seems to be drained out and ghostly in appearance, but he sort of turns the face, and there is a light shade of color to his complexion, and you even maybe see a trail of that dark hair that you share with his. It seems as though he doesn't want to show his form, what he has become. He's worried what you'll think of him, it seems.
Right. I'm gonna move forward a little bit. Just a little bit, because this is still pretty sketchy.
This is no illusion, Ravana. I am, as you see me, a husk, an apparition, a fragmented memory. But I remember your name.
Just my name.
I remember who you are, what you stood for. I remember your words, and I can hear them echoing now. You need not feel the guilt. My demise was a small price to pay to cleanse the land, to cleanse our home.
I could have stopped it. I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't smart enough. I was too young and stupid to help you. So I just had to watch. Every time a shadow crossing opened, I was stupid enough to throw myself through, hoping I'd find you. Hoping I'd find something. But it never worked that way. Not until now.
It was your perseverance, your determination that I admired. That is what I clung on to. It was your your attempt at, fighting back that darkness. It was that courage that of such a strong personality that I guess was impossible to forget. You need not apologize for it. I see you have grown into a competent ranger. You would have not made it this far had you been as as a stumbling young fool, as you put it. But I can see you have also gained powerful allies, and he gives another side eye to Carrot.
I work for her.
Mm-hmm. No. No.
No, we're all in this together. Sorry about your skeletons.
I feel pain in my hollow heart every time I urge them to fight. They only wish to rest now. All of these souls have faded but me. It is like I've become a groundskeeper, a grave tender, and life feels like a distant memory now, or a beautiful dream. I cannot even remember my name.
So, what's your day-to-day look like?
He turns to you, Justin. He says, I aid those on their journey to their resting place, wherever that may be. I carry these souls to their end. But here they seem like they are in a temporary grave. I guard them from the other restless spirits that lie here. Perhaps one day they will reach their final destination. I hope to lead them there.
Well, I don't want to speak too soon, but maybe we can help in that regard.
Turns to you and kind of raises an eyebrow. A look you've seen very many times, Ravaya. A questioning look.
I'm sure we can get to it later if you want to, reunion. You can do that. I'll put a kettle on. How about that?
He takes a small nod and a bow, almost sort of thanking you, Jason. And yeah, you have no idea how long this individual has gone without human contact, or elven contact in this case. But it seems like he has held on to some form of sanity.
I don't know if I packed any tea.
He looks back to you, Ravaya. Is it true then? Does that align with why you have come here? You're trying to set souls free. Free
Yeah.
from the Bachelor. He looks with a look of realization.
Honestly, we're still learning on the job in respects to the Bachelor. There's an artifact in Chult that's basically
what?
it's called the Soulmonger. It's basically sucking souls into it. Anyone who has been revived from death at some point is wasting away. So we're trying to stop
I
that.
had not imagined a hell worse than this limbo. Seems as though death is not the final release. He looks around. That explains so many souls.
Everyone who's
They've been passing through here. Victims. Victims of the Bachelor.
What does what does he do with them?
Some he brings here for a purpose. Maybe for his own solace. Some seek him out as a way of escaping some worse fate, some perhaps punishment in the afterlife. At least here they're on some sort of borrowed time. And others he uses for sustenance. Consumes them whole. Those souls I do not see come back to the surface. And you realize as he's listing these off, he's almost talking about how Sindra Sylvain mentioned that she sought out the Bachelor, contacted him because she knew that she was on such little time. It was a panic decision before her final end. And with others, he seems to be talking perhaps about Anton, who you know is here, but is perhaps further in, if that's even possible. But Carrick, you remember, in fact, last session, scrying and contacting. You first of all contact the batch.
Sending, yeah.
Yeah, and then sending you managed to contact him, and he said that he was in some sort of tunnel. There were carved images of crocodiles, and there was an archway that seemed to shift and change, and it was dependent on some sort of blood. It was all very strange, and it was all kind of rushed as well because it seemed like he was perhaps fleeing from something. But of course, he didn't shed light on that to Jason. Just told him that he is somewhere below ground, underground. So, you ask why the Bachelor consumes these souls. I have my own theories. But the Bachelor has appeared in many forms, and as such, he seems to have more than one motivation. On the surface level, and as the tale of Vatu Si Vatu is sung, most would guess vengeance. But I think there is another story behind him what he has become now has perhaps changed his outlook on life and indeed death. He might even be consuming these souls to obtain more and more power. To what end? Only the gods know. Maybe he wishes to become one himself.
So it's kind of like a backdoor lich hood situation, maybe.
Possibly. What do you intend to do with him?
Well, that kind of depends. We weren't entirely sure what to expect. If it was revenge he's looking for, then I don't know, perhaps we could help facilitate that. For the most part, we're just looking to get out of here. You know, not nice being dead and all, and I have people who are depending on me.
I understand. But I'm afraid he sort of begins to turn his back on Urivi and walk towards his same ridgeline. I cannot ask of these spirits to do battle. They are resting. It pains me to rouse them from their sleep.
You had mentioned when we were fighting that there was something about their bones that and turning them into weapons.
Yes, others before you came. They stole the bones. Tried to form some sort of weapon. See, these spirits are nature spirits from distant lands. They are somehow tied to him. I think he still has a sentimental attitude towards them. Perhaps that is why he tolerates me here, giving them some form of solace. The bachelor himself has even adopted one of these animal spirits' forms. You've heard rumors of the crocodile attacks, I take it.
In passing.
He now swims the rivers. Perhaps it is one of those spirits that fused with him. Perhaps that is how he got his power in the first place. Or so the song goes. A powerful one. And to you guys, if you want to roll like some sort of religion check, you might draw some comparisons. Okay. That's surprisingly Revire. And Jess, actually. You definitely got the kind of... It sounds like the ripples of a trickster god that kind of embody a native Chaltian creature, but also has quite a lot of lore and legend based around like the races that have worshipped them. Whether it's tricky to know how and where these trickster gods came into power, and it's starting to, in fact, actually no, Justin with the 21. You're also wondering whatever happened to Obteo. It's been mentioned a lot during this campaign, especially early on, but you've even visited holy sites of Obteo, the heart, and even the belly of Obteo back on the island of Selu. He was a powerful primordial deity. Not necessarily a god, but definitely one tied to the actual plane itself, whether born from it or its creator. It's rumored that he was the creator, but what I'm going off on a tangent. But basically, you're kind of drawing comparisons to that kind of idea that maybe a powerful trickster god had bestowed power upon this individual. It's hard to know, but you also have an idea that it could be tied in with Ubteo, because his absence is still a mystery. You don't know where he is. You kind of have an idea of why he left. I think that was elaborated with Moaxanare and how the people of Chult turned against him, began kind of becoming more vain and turning to what did they turn to? They turned to like earning wealth, more mercantile trade, worshipping gods like Timora and such. But Abteo's absence is still a mystery. And if this trickster god was somehow also absent from the pantheon, kind of wondering where they have gone, why have they been hidden all this time? But anyway, that was a long tangent. But still, that was a 21 on religion. It's up to you to ask the questions.
Yeah, so the first question is what? So the conclusion I'm drawing is that Obteo and Obteo could be here, or he has his own demi-plane somewhere.
That's a possibility. Ubteo had retreated from Chult, but Chult was where he was, always meant to be. It was what he created. In fact, it's probably even better to say that Chult is Ubteo. And if he retreated into it, that would make more sense than him going off to another land.
Right. So perhaps he's in the mind of Obteo somewhere.
Hmm.
I would yell out and say, Mr. Papa Revire, how exactly did you come to be here and acting as some kind of bouncer for the bachelor's spirit friends?
He turns and says, "My memory has long since dispersed like a fog in the haze. But perhaps my daughter can shed some light. How did it go down, Ravire?" Everyone kind of like looks to you slowly. Even Rufus turns his head. If you want some help, I have some ideas as well.
Backstory chimes.
Backstory time. Chris, if you could help me, that'd be
Okay,
it.
so I'll give you the skeleton, so to speak. The idea, of course, was your clan, your tribe, protected a forest realm, and their dark shadows crept closer, and it seemed like these shadows became more dense and eventually tore open into shadow crossings. And these were dangerously close to civilization. As a ranger and as a tribe of rangers, you saw your duty and responsibility to protect the rest of the civilized world from this threat on the border. and you went out, closed these shadow crossings, or even ventured into them, for sometimes these would get rather persistent. Dark creatures would pour out of them, and it was your job and duty to drive them back. And I would say that your father once had no option left but to try and drive back this one powerful shadow crossing, and by entering into it and trying to close it from the other side. Very Oblivion in a weird way. But during that time, I think you might have even been, or where would you have been doing this? Like perhaps trying to follow him, trying to like help him, and then realizing he's gone in and like.
Yeah, because this happened when still, let's
'Cause you'd be
say,
very young, wouldn't you?
trainee phases,
Hmm.
learning the basics, and yeah,
You still remember him giving you these direct orders not to follow him in, that you were not yet ready to sort of attempt this sort of stunt. And he just plunged himself into this shadowy portal, much like how your party were taken hostage. Did you go in, or did you? Did you ignore his orders, or did you?
absolutely followed after
Yeah.
him.
Okay. Yeah,
Absolutely.
you followed after him, and it's by disobeying his orders is what ultimately got him killed. For he was fighting the creature, and as you went in, you were swarmed by smaller, shadowy beings, and as they surrounded you, he had to make the sacrifice in order to get you to safety. It's not certain whether he was on a sort of a suicide mission to begin with, but he had to turn his attention to protect you rather than close the portal. And as he protected you, he was struck down. And you remember him trying to like telling you to run, and that's where you draw that guilt from, that you had to leave. You had to leave him behind. He wasn't strong enough to like both get you and him out. And then I think something else would have happened after. Yes. As the portal would have closed, you remember perhaps he was bleary-eyed in an emotional state, and you might not have even believed this to be a real thing that happened. Perhaps it was just some sort of trauma manifesting. But you remember a spirit appearing before you, a spirit of the forest. And though it said no words, you could tell that as it bowed its head, it thanked you for this sacrifice to protect the forest. And as the shadow portal closed and swallowed your father, um, your eyes kind of blurred up, and you're not sure whether this apparition was real or true or not. But you remember some sort of creature. What animal spirit was that? That's for you to decide.
Oh, I could just pick anything. Oops,
Hmm.
that makes sense.
Yeah, what did you think you saw? What sort of animal spirit was it?
Let's see, we're in the forest. It was a
It was an
badger.
almirage.
It was an
Sorry.
avalanche. I was gonna say that, but no, it was a badger without the unicorn horn.
Wait, with a unicorn horn, did you say?
it was
Oh,
just a badger.
okay. That was definitely not the real part. Yeah, that was where you was bleary-eyed. You just been imagining.
Delirious.
The rest of it, totally true. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. Yeah, it was a spirit of some sort of badger, and it seems as you had first contact with a nature spirit, you know that this deity, this spirit, must have been a part of the forest, not just a singular thing, but all connected. One like heart, one soul of the forest. And your tribe would have worshipped many kind of nature deities in its time. And there was a common belief surrounding this, with rangers using a sort of nature, a divine magic, but it's based on nature. There was a belief that everything was connected, and that perhaps your tale, though some may have dismissed it as, and some maybe have scorned you whilst because you disobeyed orders. Others sort of maybe hearken to this idea that what you saw was actually a god itself taking this form. A part of the forest that you saved that day was a part of this god. And what I'm kind of alluring to is that the 9 trickster gods are part of something.
Like one big inside joke.
You will come to that conclusion, though, as you retail your story to the party, and with a heavy heart. And it seems as though there is a moment where your father stops trying to remember, but then he slowly floats up again, distancing himself. He really has forgotten.
Does it realistically look like I could scale this like dodgily angled massive bone to get up there?
Yeah, you can certainly try. Yeah. If you want, give me acrobatics. Try to get like a run up.
If I fail, it's because I'm crying, okay? Not because I'm
Okay.
shouting. 32?
Wow. Okay. Yes. Excellent. You run up, continue the momentum up about 5 foot up the what's this part called? Can't remember. Anyway, the femur or whatever it is, and eventually you kind of have to. Your momentum slows down, and just as you're kind of feeling yourself fall backwards, you bring out like maybe a small dagger or whatever climbing equipment you have, and latch yourself on, and then kind of bringing yourself up, almost climbing like a trunk of a tree. And as you get to a ridge, you may able to pull yourself up, and as you do, you leap. You don't just pull yourself up; you jump up and land onto the very top bone, and it didn't even wobble at all. You're keeping yourself balanced in the center point, and he kind of swings around and regards you. I have told you. I do not recall my life.
Well, this isn't going to help, but I'm
Who
gonna.
I was. Go on.
I have some things to say about who you were. If you want, you can listen to me, or you can choose to ignore me.
I have a new charge here now. But I will listen to your eulogy.
My mother left when I was very young. I don't remember much about her. I just remember that you raised me, you made me who I am now. You taught me how to walk, how to run, how to speak, how to hold a bow, even if I wasn't very good at it in the beginning. I'm pretty sure I almost shot you a few times when you were trying to teach me what to do. I never thought I was going to become this. I thought I was going to stay perfectly fine and safe in this little bubble that our tribe had created. But when the shadow started creeping in, you were the first one to put your hand up to say you were going to go first. You were going to put yourself in harm's way to help everyone else. And I feel now that because I couldn't save you, or I couldn't even help you, that I've had to take up a job that I can stop people suffering the way that I did. There's children that have grown up with parents because of the stupid things I've done now, jumping into shadow crossings and trying to help them. And I want to say thank you. I know that I couldn't help you, but because of everything that you taught me during your life and my childhood, I have been able to help many, many people who might not have had anyone else to help them. And I know you can't remember, but I appreciate every moment we had. And just to... I don't know what I thought telling you all this would spark, I guess. Hope.
As you're saying this, he winces. He brings up his hand and clutches his chest. He kind of breathes in through his teeth. He almost staggers back. And as he does, he steps off from the bone and kind of stumbles away. And the rest of this fog surrounding the area sort of dissipates. And he looks at you with looks like he's in some form of agony as you're saying this.
I know that you don't remember, but that's okay. And that's absolutely fine, because I will hang on to everything for the rest of my life. And your name is Adric Ilborough, and you're my father, regardless of what form you're in.
As you say that name, he lets out more like sounds of pain as he's just like, ah! It looks like you've like visibly wounded him almost. There's a kind of a wisp of smoke trailing from his heart.
Are you alright?
He actually kind of lets out a small laugh, and a smile spreads on his face. Yes. It just hurts to remember. It's like memories you're driving into me like a spike, like a stake. But as painful as they are sweet memories.
Well, some of them hurt, and they really do hurt, but remembering all the horrible times is worth it, so that I don't forget the good ones.
He steps forward and takes. Well, you're kind of up above him right now on this bone, and he holds out his hand, kind of wanting to take yours in it.
Yeah, I'll reach out and
He grasps your hand and places his other one on top of it, and you start to feel a cold sensation. And as you hold on to it, it feels like you're touching kind of cold bone, but there is just the faintest warmth to it as well, and it feels like it's going from you into him. And there's again another smile on his face, a smile of remembering and recognizing, even though he may be in pain from these memories being kind of like driven into him, but he seems to accept it as a gift, and he responds and says, "Oh, I should thank you. You have made me so proud." And what you're doing here, you don't just do for your tribe, for our clan. You do it for the well-being of all. It is a truly selfless act. He turns around to everyone down below as well, and says, "You have picked the best ranger you could find to join you on your expedition. I know," he turns back to you, "I know you will not fail them."
We'd be lost without her, even when sometimes we're lost.
Due to her. Yeah. He says, "Oh, what can I do to aid my daughter?"
Oh, you're not gonna like it.
All right. What is your plan?
we could really use one of those bone weapons.
You will need to craft it. And first, you will need to beckon the spirit forth. Beseech it to allow its use, allow the use of its bones.
You guys want me to do some sweet talking to some dead people?
Yes, please.
I think, Ignir, this is right up your alley.
Is there like a smaller, less intimidating spirit we can speak to instead of a giant elephant, or is that the benchmark here?
That is for you to decide.
Does Carrick get a sense that it would be like it'd be a conversation thing, talking with the dead?
Yes, you will need to coax it into wanting to even, what's the word? Defile or dare to challenge the bachelor. Your,
Carrick casts enhance ability for charisma onto Ignir.
you're asking
You're gonna
one of...
do great.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's like you're asking one of its... It's like you're asking a tenant to betray its master. But the bachelor is a cruel master. There is Many wrongdoings he has done in this land. Many souls he has tortured. To what end, again, I do not know.
And I don't mean to be cheeky, but there are 4 of us, and perhaps our chances of besting this beastie go up exponentially if we have maybe more than one weapon.
Well, maybe we can just ask it for one bone and make a bunch of weapons out of the one bone.
Or like
Get a big.
like a spinal cord. I can make a pretty sick whip out of a spinal cord.
Oh, I
It's
see
not-
you two play.
Oh my god.
Ivy.
Yeah. That is not for me to decide. The spirits are the ones you will need to persuade. Now, I can guide you in this, but ultimately the decision is theirs. I am not their master. I merely tend to their graves. Come. And he begins to hover down, and he gestures towards multiple different skeletons. A great elephant, a mighty beast, and an unshakable faith. Oh, he turns to this creature over here. Ah, yes. Or perhaps a dragon. Ferocious beast that knows no fear. Actually, he kind of points to that one up there. Or perhaps this. I have no damn idea what this thing is, actually.
Kind of looks like a big Jeffers.
Oh,
No.
Oh, yes.
Jeffrey.
The
Jeffers
wild,
was my pet dinosaur, chat.
the wild Jeff. He nods and goes, I know him well.
Jeffers!
Oh my god. Dr. Jeffers.
There is indeed the bones of a hadrosaurus lying stuck out of the mud. Its little beaked skull still sat there with its sad eyes, sad sunken.
I shuffle on over and sit next to him. I say, here he is. I say, I'm writing a book about you. It's going to be delightful. This dinosaur saved my life, you know. A few times.
I can believe it. All of these nature spirits showed courage in their life. Some showed great loyalty, I can tell. But right now, he cannot hear you. Quick question. Do you have Speak with Dead prepared, Carrick?
Always have it prepared. It's my cleric thing.
And
Yes, I do.
Okay,
It's my knowledge cleric's always. It's one of my domain spells.
excellent. And of course, Ignir is great at talking to people. So with a combined effort, you might be able to really work together here. Put your skills and put your skills and creativity together. Because right now, it seems you guys are going to try and create a bone weapon. Let's get to it.
Do I
This
need
is
to make a check to get down here without falling on my arse, or can I just...
No, he flies back up. In fact, he takes your hand in his again, and you begin to sort of feel a ghostly fog beneath your feet, and it takes you off and slowly hovers down. And as he's looking, as he's kind of hovering over the grave, the bone graveyard, he does say, "And for you, Ravar, there are many fierce creatures, tremendous strength, fast agility, intelligent guile, but there is one creature that is rather unique out of all the others. One creature that how would we put it? Simply doesn't give a fuck. The
Honey badger?
Precisely. And it's the same badger that you perhaps saw in, maybe it's not the same badger, but it is indeed the small little remains of a badger lie in the mud.
I just feel like a badger's bones are very small.
Perfect.
Maybe good for arrows.
Yes.
Maybe good for arrowheads.
Perfect for arrow tips.
We need a couple of ribs.
Or arrow shafts, you know, you can still. I mean, it's up to you. You could make bones out of like a bird's bones, which would be like hollow and very like needle-like. You could even make some sort of slim weaponry out of that. But it's up to you guys. You can really. I'm letting you feel free to sort of come up with your own idea and design for a bone-like weapon that might work. But first,
Mind if I shoot you something from Griffin's saddlebag?
right, yeah, hit me.
Dope.
So, of course,
Ooh.
it is going to be a skill challenge here, so don't get hopes up too quickly. We will need to first beseech the spirit. Oh, yes. Oh my god, it's a very well. It's a very well. Okay.
With adjustment.
Should we start with the badger then?
Totally honest, I think I need a minute to process literally everything. So if we want to crack on with something else.
Yeah,
Well,
we can come back to it.
You know, I'm an archaeologist, and I've spent many a night around a good bone, so I feel like I'm somewhat qualified to.
Don't tell me you had a sip.
Mm-hmm.
Just a...
Good take.
Okay,
Are
sorry.
you okay, Revia?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Was it something I said?
Mm-mm.
Are you
Okay.
trying to drink your emotions away?
It was the tears.
Okay.
The bone dust really gets in your lungs.
If you
stay
want,
here too
I've
long.
got the kettle on, but I can boil down some of these here bones. We could have ourselves a nice cup of bone juice. Anyone?
Mm. Love the taste of marrow in the
Tempting.
morning.
Mm-mm.
No?
Mm.
Okay. Suit yourself.
Just have to.
Okay then, Scary Daddy. What is it I need to do?
He begins kind of.
Well, we need to convince. I'll talk to the corpse. I'll wake it up.
Hmm.
Ignir's gonna talk to it, and then maybe you will have to do some crafting.
Precisely. The first step is to beseech the spirit. The second will be to excavate the bones which you're choosing for a weapon. Then, the crafting, carving the ivory, and inscribing it with runes. Those runes will need to be ones that will defy the bachelor.
Like a dragon has got all the bone. Like there's having that we have experience harvesting dragons before, so you know it's not like we're relearning anatomy.
I mean, this is literally my job, so.
Yeah. Please, I will. But in terms of convincing a dragon, Ignir might have a better job with a dragon. You know, since he's cousins.
He used to be roommates with the dragon.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
come on.
he was-
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
But that's
depending
just my vote.
on-
But
Well,
we could also talk to a badger too.
You can pick multiple ones, but of course, let's go ahead. I don't know what you're talking about. But get you. Oh my god, it does. It does. Yeah. All right. You've highlighted it. Get your mind out of the gutter and pick a damn beastie.
Well,
What's
I have to talk to Jeffers.
of course.
Yeah, true. All right.
All right. Shall we begin? We'll begin
Thing
with-
is, does Jeffers like? That's the other thing is like, is Jeffers gonna be able to talk? Could
That is
talk
where
before.
that is where I shall assist you.
Oh, okay. All right, Jeffers.
So he's going to imbue your Speak with Dead spell with
Mhm.
a Speak with Animals spell because he's a ranger. He would have Speak with Animals, and you're
Cool.
a cleric, then you can speak with the dead. So it's really a perfect match. And
Love it.
he comes towards you and says, "This may feel peculiar. Say ah." Carrick.
I did it too quietly. Ah.
Really open wide.
Ah.
There we go.
Right.
And he begins to pour into your mouth, and he see the form of this elven ranger absorbed into Carrick's green flesh, and he is now suddenly possessed, giving off the same sort of misty aura as before. And as Carrick opens his eyes wide, they've both got ghostly little streams coming from them.
And I will cast Speak with Dead on poor sweet Jeffers.
Yeah, you hear him in your own mind. It says, "You may begin the ritual." Okay. Then, okay, you speak with them. Grant
Yeah.
the semblance
Uh,
of life and intelligence to a corpse. Jeffers begins to crack and rustle from the wrestle itself from the actual dirt,
Oh my.
just enough that the
Ignir's the one. Maybe Ignir's. He's in Ignir. He's possessing Ignir because Ignir's the one talking, right?
That's up to you, each of you. You could each talk to your own, or
I feel like Yasin would want to
Yeah.
success or fail. I feel like Yasin would want to talk to Jeffers.
yeah, I think so. I think that's fitting. So, in that case, then Jeffers rattles to life, just enough that his jawbone can open up out of the dirt. And what do you say?
Oh, it's been a long time, my good friend. You've lost weight.
Its jaw opens slightly.
I'm glad to see you haven't lost your sense of humor.
And at this point, Carrick, you see this. You feel a possession take hold, and your arm involuntarily reaches out and hovers over the bones, and a mist sort of rains down. And as it pours around the skull, you see there's two little dots glowing in the skull, in the sockets of the eyes, and the skull begins to open and speak back to you, Jess. And at first, it's that familiar kind of yawn that Jeffers would always do in the morning when you saddle him up. Did you bring me leaves, food? Or
I think I have some of that Ryath root in my bag.
where am I? The sky looks different.
Yes,
This isn't Port Nine, sorry.
you're correct. It's not, I'm afraid. I hate to tell you this, Jeffers, but well, you really did us a solid, and you kind of took one for the team, and we were all sad to see you go. But it didn't go swimmingly, and unfortunately paid the price for it. But thanks to you, we all made it. So, if nothing else, I have a chance to thank you in person. And look, I did have some Ryath root in my bag.
I'm glad to have kept the Dancy elf alive.
I
Did always feed me well.
well, I mean, look at you. You deserve every leaf you can get your mitts on. So, look, as lovely as this is,
I don't even remember my death. It must have been quick.
It was, I'm afraid, but I suppose that's for the best.
Hmm.
We, I do have some business to attend to. 2 bits, actually. Firstly...
Wait. I'm really sleepy.
I'm sorry, my friend. You can sleep soon, I promise. I have but one last favor to ask you. See, there's a rather nasty beastie here that's keeping poor innocent souls such as yourself and others trapped in somewhere they can't really get a good proper night's sleep, you know? And until we deal with it, well, a lot of people are going to be suffering, and with your help, I think we can help those people. I'm asking if you'd be willing to take one last ride with me.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage because this is a kindred spirit that you have already bonded with in life. This isn't just a rando spirit.
Don't
With
screw me,
advantage.
Locros.
God, Solo.
Okay, that is a struggle. Jeff, like it rolls around trying to get up. I can't feel my legs, Justin. I wish I could help you on one last expedition. But I'm so sleepy. So tired. I that is, of course, I'm afraid, a failure, but it doesn't mean that it's over.
I
Speak with it.
have
Go.
one last order of business.
Oh, okay.
Just before you go to sleep.
Mm,
I'm writing a book, and I just wanted to ask if you feel like you're being fairly represented.
cool.
I sit down cross-legged. I pull out my bag, sort of rummage through some scrolls. 2 seconds. No, that's a recipe. Notes on continuous fireball. Currency, no. Okay. There was a very good dinosaur named Jeffers. He lived on a rather scary island with a lot of very not good dinosaurs. One day, a poor hamstrung little wizard named Yasin washed up on the shores of the very scary island. He was terrified, you see, because all the nasty dinosaurs had big teeth and big claws, and Yasin would go on for, a good 5-10 minutes regaling this children's story version of what happened to them on the Isle of Salo. You all will likely notice that he has neglected to mention any of you.
Karakik rubs his stump of a finger.
And it all comes to a sad but uplifting conclusion. And although Jeffers couldn't make it out of that volcano, thanks to him, the island went from being very, very scary to being not very scary at all. And that was why Jeffers was a very, very good dinosaur.
As you look up from your book, you see that the skull has small little rivulets around the actual eye sockets, very reminiscent of like a Cubone skull. And the kind of wispy eyes begin to sort of fade away. But as they do, you hear a voice which says, "Oh, okay. I'll get up for just one last hurrah, and then I'll sleep."
Absolutely. You're a good man, Jeffers. Dinosaur.
But if I fall asleep on the yes.
I
You
wouldn't
gotta,
have,
you gotta wake me up if I do that, okay?
will do. Wouldn't have it any other way.
No. You just hear this snoring noise as the light in the skull fade out. So that's going to be interesting because the spirit is willing, but it is a sleepy spirit. So you've got you haven't failed the whole weapon yet. Just might be a little added quirk, we'll say, come making it. So the next step is, of course, excavating the bones, which again you'll have advantage on because you
That
are
I've got down pat.
that is your forte.
That's my job and all.
Mm-hmm. Let's just check your proficiencies. Is it navigator's tools? I guess we'll use. That's fine. Oh yeah, you got that. Dust digger.
I am an archaeologist background.
Pilfering relics of questionable value.
More in theory. I was, you know, more on the academic side of things.
Excellent. Okay. In that case, then, yeah, I'm going to say you're proficient in whatever tools you wish to use right now and advantage on the roll as well. You can use either your dex to very carefully get the bone pieces out without damaging them, or you could even use your intelligence knowing how to use said tools in the first place.
That would be intelligence. Is that a check?
Yeah, just intelligence check with proficiency.
With proficiency.
Yeah.
So this plus 3.
An advantage.
And advantage.
Oh, come on.
Are you giving any guidance in this as well, Carrick?
No, because
It would
I've got
only It would only give me advantage, so...
Well, you're
no
not
guidance.
concentrating.
Guidance.
You're
Guidance
You're
is
not
a D4.
concentrating anymore, so that is possible, by the way.
Me?
Yeah, because you're. Hold on,
Okay. Yeah.
you've got guidance.
Because
haven't
I have enhanced ability up on Ignir still.
Oh, I see. Right. Yes. Well, that's fine. I did say earlier that this that excuse me. I did say earlier that Adric would give guidance in this. So, as he's not concentrating on speak with animals, I'll let you roll a d4. Giving you that added little extra bump.
There's a 4.
Hey, there you
Hey.
go. All right, that's a success. It's not the best work you've done. You're probably fighting back some tears, and your monocle gets a little bit misty.
I mean, with
But,
the D4, that's a 20 on that 13.
Oh, well then, fantastic.
So
Yeah,
16 with proficiency and then 20 with a D4.
yeah.
Oh.
In that case, that's a roaring success.
Yes, clerics.
Okay. Effectively, Carrick, you've got two minds in your body right now, and they're able to concentrate on two different effects. That's pretty cool. Now, as Jason deftly pieces out every bone, he lays them out in a very systematic fashion. You've got tail bones, you've got the skull, you've got ribs. What bone do you select to fashion?
It would be the tailbones.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. You gather up the pieces in like a cloth, and he says, "Now for the others. Or do you wish to move on to the carving of runes?"
I
If
think
so,
Ignir wanted to have a chat.
yes, very well.
Who am I chatting with?
Whatever you want. There's a dragon.
There's dragons. There are
Dragons, I don't know,
Tyrannosaurus
dragons.
Rex. There's Deinonychus, Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus, any dinosaur bones you can imagine, as well as a lot of wild beasts.
And a badger.
And a bat. You could even search for something more exotic if you want.
I feel like a dragon's pretty exotic. Down to try my hand at the dragon.
Okay. As you
All
come
right.
over, as you come over to the dragon, then anyone who's inspecting it, if you want, you could even roll an optional investigation, or medicine check to sort of identify what type of dragon this is.
It's dead.
Dead. Of course.
It's real dead.
Super
Okay.
dead.
Well,
It's a bone dragon.
Is it a small red dragon without any skin?
you know,
Oh my god. Is it gonna be her?
Well-
If it is, we pick something different.
This whole side module is just like running through all the people we've killed.
yeah, mostly. So that is 100%. You can tell by the curved horns and the jutting bone fragments at the forehead running down to the snout. That is definitely a black dragon, and I didn't even intend for that, like just because you're a black dragonborn, but that literally is the skull of a black dragon. I can 100% identify it myself as a DM. Like the curved front horns are that's definitely a black dragon. Has to be. So just so happens the artist of this map, which should shout out at some point. can't find it. But yeah, like their choice of dragon skull was this. It's a black dragon. Interesting. How does do you tell this to Ignir?
Yeah.
Acrobatics check if you're climbing up here to balance up the bone. Come on, if Revive did one, I've got to make you do one. There we go.
Oh no!
You slide. You just slide down like a sloth that's been
But
like.
Ignir looks great. Looks like a black dragon. You're gonna do fine. I'm just gonna slide down here. It's just
Yep.
better for me.
It looks like a sloth that's been like oiled up.
Embarrassing.
I mean, they do
So
have
not
some
much
oily
better.
Belly crawl.
There we go.
skin. Cool. The final push, you feel the mist within you possess your body and give you an extra gust, a boost to help you up. Okay.
Feel like I'm just dead on my legs some days.
Yeah. You're beginning the retreat.
I joked about this being your cousin, but it might be a first cousin instead of a. Who knows? Have a nice chat, and I'll cast another spell of Speak with Dead
Okay.
out of third levels, but I got fourths.
Okay, cool. The skull begins to rattle much more violently than the little Hadrosaurus did, and you even see sharp, pointed, dagger-like teeth beginning to chatter and open up. You almost flinch, Kara, because this thing snaps towards you. And you see your other hand extends. It begins to animate the eyes. Two dark swirls spiraling inside the sockets. And it looks across towards you, Ignir.
Noble and honored kin, I seek to gain your assistance with a mighty foe that has trapped your soul here. I wish your assistance to put things right and let you move on to what lies beyond.
Noble, don't flatter me. It lies on deaf ears. And he most definitely said death, then not deaf. And then as he listens to the rest of you, kin, you are not my kin. You are some sort of... The head begins to cock even in the mud. Half-breed.
Well, even half of breed
Oh.
is still some level of kin.
Did
And
you
obviously,
hatch from an egg?
sorry, what was that?
Did you even hatch from an egg?
Possibly.
It is reptile, so got scales.
The key here is: are you willing to be kept here, a slave to another's whim?
A slave? This is my resting place. I'm no slave. How dare you?
You rest within another being's realm, chaining you to it.
The eyes almost squint, and the teeth grit. I am not in the belly of a beast. I am the beast that swallows the prey.
Are you? You're sitting here, a skull within a graveyard of bones, while this being flaunts its power at you.
In life, I was a terror to behold. Frau Hiss, they called me, of the fetid marshlands, the most cunning of black dragons that lived and spied fear and ruled by that. But yes, my glossy scales have since sunk into the mud. But what makes you think that you're worthy of wielding even a single splinter?
Because I seek to continue to glorify your name, and to make all mortals quell at the mere mention of it.
You would carry on my legend? Roll a persuasion check. And you've used enhance ability, Carrick, is that right?
Yeah, it's still going for an hour.
Cool. You have advantage.
Sorry, is it shift or control? I constantly mix this up.
It's shift.
And you also get the D4 from the other dude.
Not right now. Well, in this moment, he's concentrating on what is he concentrating on? Yeah. Actually, no, he's not.
There's no
Concentrating.
speak with animals or anything.
Yeah,
because
it's a dragon. Yeah. In that case, that's cool. All right, 19 in total. Fantastic. Yeah. He says, "Yes, yes, they do need to remember. We need to incite their trembling boots once again. You may take up my jaw or my horn.
Jaw it is.
All right.
Jaw has lots of teeth. I figured
It
that
does.
could be.
Absolutely. The horn almost could be fashioned into that of like a sickle, the way it kind of bends and turns. But yeah, the jaw is lined with razor sharp teeth that have not lost their edge, it seems. And the last moment as the spell finishes, the laughing of its jaw, and as it begins to bellow and laugh, it finally snaps off, and that's when the spell ends, and the jaw has come loose. It is massive, by the way. As your identification from earlier, it was probably the very least an adult dragon, but the teeth are going to be difficult to pluck out of there. This is where the second check comes in. How are you going to pry the teeth from the jaw.
Is that a me or is that a Jason thing? I figured,
That's That's up to the group. Some others can jump in for each other if you want.
I mean, I'm happy to give it a go if you want.
Mm-hmm.
I warn you, I have been rolling like arse.
Yeah. So
Maybe we try to take the teeth out for arrowheads.
That'd be a really big arrow.
Hmm.
that's up to you what you fashion it into, or yeah.
Just the tips of the teeth we could use. Like they come to a
Little-
point, right? So
The little ones at the front.
It's up to you, Igna, what kind of armament you wish to fashion.
Um,
You'd even make like punching gauntlets or something.
Wolverine
well, I'm
claws.
trying to think what would actually be useful for us. Because the teeth are going to be way too large for arrowheads. But maybe, would one of them, maybe a fang, be ideal for something like a rapier?
Oh right, yeah, like a long pointed fang. Yeah.
Like a long, slender, like, and almost like carve it down to be more, just like follow the curve of the tooth.
Yeah, potentially.
And then for Revia, maybe again a couple of smaller teeth fashioned into like smaller blades.
As it happens, looking at some Black Dragon art right now, they do have very long and pointed teeth. So that could work. You can even imagine one of those on the end of a lance or something.
I'm just thinking that all of these are nice pointy weapons that all of our friends use piercing weapons. So
Mm-hmm.
3 blades, and I guess I could also try and make one into a spear.
Okay. All right. In that case, then, tell me your method of plucking these teeth out. Whoever's attempting it.
So what even would this trap be?
It
Or
could
this
be-
check?
It depends what your method is. That's why I ask. Because you could either try to pry them out with like a crowbar, which would be much more like strength based, or you could try to like chisel. It would take a long time.
I mean,
What if I used? Hold on.
You could even just blast them out, but that might damage some of them.
I can't imagine that my acid breath would do much to the skull of a black dragon.
ooh, I have an idea.
Very true, by the way.
I have my adamantine chain whip. It automatically crits against objects. I don't know if this thing counts as an object, being that it is inert.
Yeah,
we
it does.
Each hold one side of the whip, put the other side, kind of thread it around the tooth, and then draw it back and forth like a sort of mix between a floss and a saw.
I love.
Amazing. I love it too. And I think I'd also love the idea of using your acid breath because, as you say, it's a black dragon. They'd most likely be immune, having breathed it out of that very mouth many a time. That could also potentially help loosen any of the dirt and muck that's kind of built up on it. So you're getting rid of the plaque first, then you're flossing, you know? It's a real dental job.
Last resort dentistry company.
I love it. All right, go ahead, and whichever one wants to make the roll, you can do so with advantage as you're aiding each other in this.
What would we be rolling with this? How about, because it's such an intelligent solution.
I'm gonna say you can either use if Igna's doing it, he can use his Constitution because it's quite literally his dragon breath. His dragon breath. Or if Jason wants to do it, you're using your adamantine whip, so that'd be your dex.
Okay. I assume my dex is...
I think your dex is higher than my con, so go
my
ahead.
dex is 17, so I'm getting a +3 on that. 17?
Yep, yours is higher.
Damn. I need to min-max that. Who leaves on a 17? My constitution's on a 13. This is ridiculous. Okay, so dex with advantage.
Yes.
Shift, you say? Well, that was actually a 13. I rolled that as a save rather than a thing.
Oh, whoops.
So 13 and a... that is just a straight 17.
Hey, nice. Well done. Okay, so yeah, Ignu, just puke up your acidy breath on this thing. The tooth begins to whiten as you clear away all the dirt and detritus on it. And as you see the jawline, you're able to quickly snap the whip in between the enamel and begin sawing it away. And as the acid gets to work dissolving the rest of the bone, the tooth sort of wobbles, and you both yank on the whip from either end and pop. You hear that sound as it flies out and almost flies past and into you, Carrick. It literally like lands and skids across the ridge line. But you have a very long, slender tooth, one of the longest of the canines you've just picked out. Okay, that's 2 people down with their 1 and 2.
I probably am not gonna. I'm happy to talk to somebody, but like I don't really use the weapons as much. I don't know how effective I'd be.
Wouldn't want a nice bony mace?
I'd maybe make like a dagger out of something. If there's like if we could grab like another. Do you want to try to get more teeth from this dragon, or is that like a separate skeleton we have to talk to?
You will need to, yeah.
You said the whole jaw, right? Okay.
Yeah, like part of his jaw. I think only he's beseeching it towards Ignir. Like Ignir will wield it, but I don't think he would. The spirit in the bones wouldn't allow you to wield it.
Right. So Yasin's got something. Ravaya, do you want?
Are you ready, Ravaya, to talk to the badger spirit?
The badger.
Or if you want to talk to anything you want.
I'll be running out of slots here too.
Hmm.
I've still got. We could still get 2 more talkings in, but I'd be pretty tapped out. 1 is easy though. Should definitely talk to your badger.
I do want to talk to a badger, but it's also like, what can I get from a badger?
I think.
I mean, it's either
teeth.
Either teeth,
claws,
arrowheads, or
how
long is a badger's leg? Cut a short sword out of a badger's leg.
Probably not.
They have sharp little teeth.
They do have very sharp teeth.
And they don't give a fuck.
Let's make some.
I mean, we need to hear the honey badger voice anyway, so it's happening.
We do. Oh god. So.
Hey.
Oh my god. You slide all the way down.
Yeah.
Do a little somersault at the end and then land 3-point landing.
That's just because you're being possessed.
That's it.
Yeah.
Ouch.
All right.
I don't know why this is so hard for you.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, you see
You
the
have
small
your-
little rib cage has been preserved. Looks like it just laid down on its tummy and just died here. Must have been a very old badger. You don't see any obvious wounds on it either. Like, there's likely nothing that bested this in combat. It died of its own accord, you know?
I mean, it is scarier than a Tarrasque.
You didn't dare ask the dragon how it died, but I can't imagine it was peaceful. Come on, dragons live for hundreds of years. Someone slew him, probably. Put him down for his evil ways. Oh yeah, that dragon, by the
Cool.
way, 100% evil. But yeah, so, all right. So, the badger begins to sort of skitter for a moment, and the jaw begins to open up. Your other arm extends and animates the eyes, and they are frowning. But it is up to you to begin the.
I'm very charismatic. Okay, I'm gonna sit down in front of the badger. So, first of all, I'm very sorry for disturbing you. I realize that's probably rude, so I'll start off by saying I'm very sorry.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah,
Bloody woke me up from my slumber there.
I'm so sorry. So sorry about
Bloody
that.
cheek of it, I swear.
I would not have done it if it was not such a important situation that I require your help
Oh
with.
yeah, is it now?
Mm-hmm.
It better be.
Very,
Come on,
very important.
out with it.
Basically, I need some help because there are a bunch of souls trapped here. You probably don't care about those ones, but your soul is trapped here.
Nah,
And
they can rot.
and that's why I'm more concerned about you. And we would like to try and free these souls, including yours, because you are currently trapped under the control of a bit of a dickhead spirit.
Yeah, I know him. Bit of a twat, that guy. Don't worry, I'm under no delusion like that dragon over there. And the old geezer said he's going to get us out at some point, so I'm pretty good. I'm cushy down here, just waiting for this, waiting to blow this point and probably get into the fields of Elysian, or maybe I'll end up in Ardenweald. Yeah, it's pretty there.
Yeah.
I could go for a Mount Celestial as well. But, I'm easy. Anyway, what was it? Go back to the point.
I would very much appreciate your assistance in this. I know this is going to be a bit of a reach, but we've been told that we need certain weapons to damage this being, and they need to be made out of bones from spirits we have the consent of to take their bones. So I was wondering if I could maybe take a couple of your front teeth. It's okay if not. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Please don't.
My bones. My bones as a weapon. I can tell you right now, I was a weapon in life. Oh yeah, vicious little bastard I was. Chew your bloody kneecaps off if I could. But I'm trying to think.
Carrick is going to chime in and say, they only let heroes into Elysium.
So I've heard.
Pretty
You know-
heroic if you were to help out. And you're even in death.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. But I only mention Elysium as a potential, I don't really give a fuck where I end up. If I end up in hell, I'll make the demons fear me.
Well, surely one so badass as you is definitely going to Valhalla. I mean, assuming you actually die in battle, that is.
That is true. But no, I didn't die in battle. Oh god, can't think of it.
Well, it looks like
I kind of got bored because I was constantly winning.
you sound. I don't know if anyone will get this reference, but you sound exactly like Barry Shitpeas and a screen wipe.
Would you, Mr. Badger? Would you say all you do is win, 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 no matter what?
That's me. Got tiger blood.
Well, I mean, this way, you know, you'll get your way out in battle. That's a one-way ticket to Valhalla. And besides, we're giving you one last chance to just fuck some shit up.
All right. With that, I'll say Revi, you can make a persuasion check with advantage. As that is definitely a plausible. Oh no!
Hey.
Oh god. Okay. So it's a failure, but your one will have a quirk as well, because I can't argue with that. He's like, you know what? You make a good point. I might go fuck shit up. I might fuck your shit up. Depends really on the mood. But take your bloody pick already, and let's get this over with. I'll
Great.
see how it goes, you know?
Thanks. Thank you.
Alright. Roll me, as you go to, like, perhaps pick up the skull, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Is he gonna try and fucking bite me?
Yes.
26,
Oh, it's a
fuck him.
success. And I'm also going to take that as the check for having, like, excavated this, because there isn't much to excavate. It's a very small little pile of bones, and of course, as you go to grab the skull or whatever it is, you do see there's a snap of jaws, and he goes, "Ah, only kidding." And then the spell of speak with animals dies out. Whoa. And he does little woo as he disappears.
I love him. I love him so much. Great.
Okay, yeah, you've got the cool. You've got the tools needed to go on to the next step, the rune carving, and we will take a quick break right there as well, and see how the master craftsmen get on when we come back from the break in a bit. Okay, welcome back. The party have gathered up the bones from the graveyard, and finally, and beseech the spirits as well, convincing most of them. And although some seems to have a little bit of personality to them, we'll see if those quirks manifest actually using them in battle. But onwards, the spooky spirit finally exits out of your body, Carrick. You feel like an exhalation. You feel slightly lightheaded as well as you finally kind of and heavier too as you feel this body, the spirit release from you. The um, decayed elven form turns around and begins leading you up towards the ridge and into the very back of this alcove. You can see there is a table set up. There are a number of different arrows that he seems to have carved himself already, purely to defend this land, not to disturb the spirits, but to make sure that their rest goes uninterrupted. And here there are a number of tools as well for carving and inscribing runes. And he says, now, the next step, we must carve a rune that is powerful enough to defy even the bachelor. And we'll say it's getting late at this point as well, as you spent maybe a while.
I hear bachelors are most afraid of commitment.
So that's so. Not the same bachelor I know of. The bachelor is named as such because he is the only crocodile left. There are no others in the river. Not to my knowledge.
So we're looking for something that a crocodile fears?
Hmm.
Hippopotamus.
Being
We've
turned
already
into
selected
shoes.
Oh, shoes.
Yeah, Crocs and stuff.
Never wear new socks.
But that's
No,
how they're
you're-
comfiest.
Had you suggested a hippo earlier, then we may have been able to beseech one, but for now, we shall make do with what artifacts you have uncovered. Now, rune inscribing is a delicate and tedious process, but it will pay dividends at the end, so long as you have paid close attention to your work.
Does everyone have to do their own, or can somebody
To attune
kind of take point?
it to yourself, I would suggest carving your own, but I may be able to oversee and give a guiding hand.
More of like a magical check, or is this a dexterity?
It can be either. So I would allow even something like thieves' tools to be used on something like this, or you can use your knowledge of the arcane to really pick out a rune that you've seen before in spell tomes and such. What do you envision of your weapons? Let's start with Jeffers, for example. You've picked out the tailbone, a flexible piece. We will need to wire them together.
Well, yes. Ultimately, I'd like to turn this into some kind of whip. As we always said in the academy, you're not a proper archaeologist until you've got a good whip.
In that case, where will you choose to inscribe the runes? The hilt? The segments?
Along the segments, I believe. Unless, runes aren't really my forte, so if you have a better suggestion, then...
No, it is merely a preference. The type of rune is what matters.
Well, I'll keep them where I can see them then, towards the base. Near where the handle would go.
And he hands you the chisel and the hammer, and he does do a few demonstrations on pieces of his own, and then hands you the tools after, telling you how to use a delicate hand, and you can even carve one rune, several of the runes that he's already made himself. These runes represent different elements. These runes represent different schools of magic.
Right. Well, evocation has been coming in mighty handy as of late.
You do actually recognize some as well, Justin, as you kind of look over them. They look a bit more crude than what you're used to reading from spell tomes and magical circles, but they are nonetheless the symbols that would match and harness the weave, like you know in your own spellbook.
Yes.
So you can use an Arcana check if you want, or like a Dexterity check with.
I think it's going to have to be Arcana.
Yeah, go right away.
Fascinating. You see how the ancient civilizations and other cultures access the weave.
Well, not that all.
Over at Carrick,
Careful
even
cast.
your gods and such, they pomp it up with ceremony and what have you, but it's all just magic when you get down to it.
That's what I've been trying to tell people for a long time.
Just a straight
And,
Arcana check.
Mm-hmm. He's going to give you
Careful guidance.
Yeah, you can have guidance as well.
Groovy. Sorry, I accidentally rolled it with disadvantage, but that should be a 26.
And a D4.
And a D4. Truly blessed. 27.
Hold on, you've got advantage. Have you?
Yeah, I accidentally rolled with disadvantage, but it rolled a 19 and a 26, so...
We'll take the first number then. So 20. But regardless, it's a success nonetheless. 100%. Yeah, you've managed to carve the runes perfectly, just like you have practiced with an ink and quill, except this is just with a hammer and chisel. And that part's not difficult for you. What you get into is the real complex combinations of runes. You have many segments, and therefore you get a little bit experimental and try changing a couple of the runes to different elements. And then, of course, evocation is the main base rune, the kind of the center glyph of this, and you're sort of filling it out with each type of element as you go.
You'll
Picking
notice
from-
the rune for thunder damage looks surprisingly like a pencil moustache.
Yeah, that's a bit of artistic license. The segment's complete. He says, "Excellent handicraft. You are well versed in the arcane arts. I shall assist you in piecing this together." And he pulls out some of his own wire that he would have used to string his bows and begins threading it. And he's used like a hand drill to go through each segment and then thread this wire all the way through the segments, tying it off as a knot. And perhaps like dismantling one of his own elven short swords, he then uses that hilt as the basis for the handle. And so you've got this cool, slender, like S-shaped grip, which is very fitting for you as an elf. It's a familiar and well-versed grip, and the rest of the bone is all along the whip itself. And he goes, "There, a masterpiece. Now, you may go and test out your weapon. I will assist the others.
I say, how attached are you to this tree?
Okay. It is long dead, but you can see
Has
there
been my
are,
only companion.
you can actually see there are actually arrows stuck in it already.
Say
He
no
says,
more. Whapa!
I use that as target practice myself. It is a well-abused shrubbery.
Whoosh.
Mm. Okay. Roll to hit with a +1. You can drag like a plus. Oh wait, actually, you can actually just import the what's it called?
Wonderful.
The Monster Bane
Monster Bane
Lasher.
Lasher.
So import that and give that a crack.
This is going to be a good time.
Mm-hmm. A 19 strikes true. Oh my god, does a lot. Actually, does a lot of damage.
I think it's tuned a little off on Foundry, so I can fix that.
Mm-hmm.
But
as it cracks, you feel like a split second in time has frozen, and you get to pick one of the runes to light up and inflict. What are you feeling in that moment as you crack the whip? What kind of damage type?
oh, this is a fire night.
Hell yeah. All right. The shrubbery takes a scorch mark and chars slightly as the impact cracks on it. And you feel the expenditure of some sort of magic within the segments. One of the runes slightly dims out.
Gorgeous.
Now, let's have a look here. Oh yeah. Nonetheless, you have crafted a powerful magical item, it seems, with the aid of this ghost-like apparition of Ravia's past. Now, who's next?
I'll go next, I guess.
Okay. Then, place the tooth on the workbench.
I'll put it down.
What type of weapon are we seeking to craft?
I mean, if possible, a longsword, but if it's more of the top of a spear, I can work with that.
Even a lance, a spear, or I think a spear is a perfect weapon to hunt the beasts of the river.
Spear it is.
Okay. In that case, then, oh yeah, in the next part, he asks, and what type of magic do you seek to imbue this with? Naturally, dragons are magical creatures already. It'll be hard to shift it to something else, but maybe you could play into its strengths. A spear that inflicts acid damage, perhaps.
I feel like that would be something that aligns with myself as well as the tooth.
Or, and here's an idea. This comes from the very mouth of the beast. This tooth, though it is not the actual the gland of which generates this acid, it is most likely seen many a breath pass through it. The spear could even perhaps empower your own.
I think I'd rather allow the spear to channel its own damage rather than my own.
Very well. Let us get to work. Well, rest in peace, the idea of a scaling dragon breath. That thing.
I feel like having a once a day thing is not as
Okay.
useful. That's just me.
Sure. What if it was an adult's dragon breath? That'd be something.
I mean,
You just passed up on a
fine,
16d6.
Let's
You're
just slow down a second.
I've always liked the idea that, like,
Rather
you can increase the damage or something with a dragon breath because it only ever stays at like what 3d6 or something, doesn't it?
I think there's a load of homes
I think
out
it's
there that
pretty
lets you.
garbage over time.
Yeah, of course, because people felt that was what it was needed because they were like, "What? It stays like that?" Anyway, maybe
I think you should
you'll
take the
get
12d8 damage, Ignore.
Hey. You might get the best of both worlds here. Depends on your roll. For now, though, let us concentrate on the easier part. Let's see if we can make this tooth bleed acid. Now, you can choose how to approach this. If you want to carve the runes dexterously with a careful hand, or if you want to use your knowledge of runes and magic. Either way, he'll take up. Go on.
So we're basically saying dexterity or intelligence.
Yeah.
Well, they're both the same. So I'll use intelligence.
Okay. In case you're going
I
with
got
the
you.
rune.
And so the revised father is assisting him.
He is. He's giving him guidance, but he's not exactly giving him advantage. Basically, whatever thing you take, i.e., if you're doing the runes,
Can I give?
he'll do the
Can I
crafting.
give advantage? Can I help out since I'm not making anything? Can I just be there as like an assistant? I'll use my channel divinity to be proficient in rune making for 10 minutes.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. You can use your channel divinity. Expend that.
Cool. Yeah, I've got 2, and I'll do the same for Revias as well. I have a separate channel divinity for Revias.
Oh, you have 2. Okay.
2 left because we haven't used it today.
All right then. You can roll with advantage then, Igni. Okay.
So that means 16 total.
Oh, 16, not bad. Okay. It is a success, and the rune carving does go without any hitches. There's a couple of moments where you see the sparking of like green flare up from the actual bone, and that same green sort of attracts your green friend to come over and, and assist in a more careful and less heavy-handed approach. But I don't know exactly what that looks like. Would you like come from behind him and like put your arms underneath his?
Like a ghost clay montage situation. but there's like Ignir's mage hand and Carrick's mage hand, so there's like 6 hands like all in there together.
Oh, that's amazing. Cool. Yeah.
But mine's invisible.
It only makes me slightly uncomfortable.
Fantastic. Okay. And he will oversee the kind of crafting part of it, making the shaft of the spear and imbuing it with its own sort of enchantments and ghostly aura to beseech the spirit to enter in to the rest of the weapon and infuse it as one. And
Carrick says he only says it once that Ignir needs to grasp the shaft.
I leave the.
He restrains himself.
Yasin would likely, unironically say, with 2 hands if you can manage it. You don't want it getting away from you.
Adric says, I leave the final step to you. May place the tip.
You guys are the worst.
Well, after you have affixed the tip of the spear, he kind of gestures with a bow, a very elegant kind of elven motion towards the same brush that Jacin's going at.
Get out of the way, Rufus.
Yeah, Rufus is kind of cheering you on, I guess. He's got a little pom pom.
Moral support.
But yeah, go ahead, roll to hit.
Sorry, roll the what?
Roll. Oh yeah, sorry, you haven't actually anything. Yeah, add a +1 spear to your inventory, and we'll add in the extra acid damage in a sec. But oops, punching. The added effect might not be wholly finalized, but I think we'll go with at least. The very least, what's a spear do? It's a D6, isn't it? Just check. Fire. Yeah, it is a D6. Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack with the +1 spear once you add it into your inventory.
I must say, this music's making me feel very heroic.
It's a montage.
Okay. A 10. So you fling it towards the brush, and you feel like this unwieldiness to the spear, like it's got a mind of its own, and it tries to like lift off out of your hands. It almost wants to be thrown. It feels like the wings of a dragon have just billowed to the side of the spear and has like tried to lift off. It's quite unwieldy with your first strike. But yeah, you miss, but effectively just from the stabbing, but it feels like it wants to take off and perhaps be used at range. It has got a thrown property.
Great. So then I will throw it. See what
Okay.
happens.
Yep, go ahead. Roll to hit. Oh god. All right. It is a little bit of a shaky lift off. You throw the
Ignir, use
spear
your other arm, Ignir. Your other arm.
Yeah,
Your
bend-
good arm.
You need to bend at the elbow.
I'm not attuned to it, so I can't make it awesome and use my charisma.
Oh.
That's why. He looks at you and goes, maybe some time focusing on the aspect of the spirit rather than the weapon. Don't forget, this dragon is a powerful creature. It's likely that he wants to take the lead. And the spear actually does fly out and sort of wobble in the air. And instead of sticking into the mud, it actually kind of like bounces off and then goes into kind of a spin afterwards. You can go pick it up and you could attempt to attune to it and make it your packed weapon if you wanted.
Sure, I will give it a shot.
Okay,
It takes me an hour.
that's taken an hour. Okay, in that case, whilst that hour is going on, Revive.
Okay. So, got some badger teeth. Gonna make some arrowheads. But I need a very fuck you rune.
What do you envision this weapon to do? In along that line, like of thinking. I mean, crits are like the biggest middle finger I can think of.
Yeah.
Or like applies Bane.
Replies Bane. Can you get wild magic arrowheads?
Apply Bane. I mean, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I like those ideas. Which kind of one do you want to try and go for? Or even if you get high enough, you could potentially even get both. But we'll start with one. Which one do you prefer to start off with? Like a Bane-like effect on the creature, or or a higher chance to crit? Basically, like the threshold of crit would be like between like 19 and 20, or if you go all the way, you could even push it to like 18 to 20. Depends on your roll, of course.
let's see. So either higher chance to crit or the
Or a
proficiency
Bane-like effect.
hit, making like taking a D4 away from.
Right, from
rolls.
saving throws and attack rolls. Kind of
Yeah,
like, it kind of debilitates the enemy.
Yeah, let's give Bane a bash.
Alright. In that case, then, let's have a look. He says, you will need a particular type of rune. Let us see. Yes. Here. And he holds up a talisman. Believe it or not, Bane is an enchantment. Now, copy this rune. It's going to be very tiny, but I'm sure your delicate hands can find a way to carve it into those teeth.
Title of your sex tape. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I know this is a very big moment and this is very delicate work and you're Revire's dad and it's wildly inappropriate. It's so rare that that happens to me rather than me doing it, you know?
Concentrate on your weapon practice.
Sorry, yes.
Get back in the yard. Right. Revire.
So they're always like this. Don't worry. Dex. What am I making this with? Advantage? Can I use Dex?
Yeah, you can use.
Really
You can,
dumb.
I don't think you're proficient with these tools or anything, are you? Or anything like that?
Nah.
But
Yeah. What are you proficient in tools wise?
I have a pan flute.
Play the song.
You did ask.
That could have been something to like lull the badger into, you know.
Yeah, no, I've got no other tool proficiencies.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Well, yeah, I guess it will be just a straight deck. Although, what about survival? You could do this instead if you want it, because everyone else has chosen the more arcane route, which is to do with the magical qualities, and then of course Adric has taken over the crafting aspect. You could leave him to do the rune carving, and you could just practice your arrow making and use your survival. That's an option as well.
Cool. Yeah.
So it's your choice. You can use a survival check or a straight dex.
There.
Carrick is gonna cast enhance ability on you for whatever you say. He's got a second level spell slot for you.
Oh, thank you. Is that advantage or?
It's advantage.
Okay.
My
But
straight.
for whatever.
My straight dex and survival are both a +5, so let's just eat. 15.
All right, nice. And of course, this is a real bonding moment. All of you pause to notice the father and daughter carving and creating arrows together, much like you would have when you were little. He would have. This is how he taught you how to. He taught you how to craft your own arrows and hunt your own game. This really takes you back, and there's even a moment where you see more color return to his hair and complexion as he relives this task. His memories are perhaps also bubbling to the surface. But he doesn't seem to notice it himself. And do you draw attention to this, or do you just let it be in the moment?
I feel like if I point it out, it might go away.
Okay. So yeah, rather than bringing attention to it, potentially spoiling it, you just let the moment be itself, and you just savor it and relish it whilst you can. This might be the last time you bond with your father, and he says, "Yes, that's it. Like this," and he kind of takes the end of the quiver and fixes it onto the tip there, and he's just like, "You've mastered this, I can tell."
I've been doing it for over 400 years.
Who taught you?
You're a mediocre craftsman.
You can't tell whether he's having trouble remembering or if he's saying this as a little joke, but he does have a small smile on his face. And yeah, you've created a set, if anything, at the end of this. And he says, "No, that old quiver of yours is covered in mud." And he begins to unstrap his own and empties out the arrows.
Are you sure?
He smiles and nods. Just, in fact, we'll do swapsies. And he hands you this beautiful master craftsman quiver that would have been passed down from his father and his father's father. This is one of the quivers of your tribe that has been passed down for generations. Hunters and rangers would have been awarded these when they kind of became of station, or maybe even perhaps for performing great feats of bravery in defense of the village. And well, you never got yours in the end, because you sought out other ventures away from home after the Shadow Crossing had been closed. But as it's being gifted to you now, you feel like that accomplishment is yours and you deserve it.
Oh,
And
do I? Is he there enough that I'd be able to give him a hug?
yeah,
Or is he,
I
like...
think because of these moments where his complexion has returned and there's color to his hair, it's almost as if those memories have brought him back from that incorporeal state slightly. And as he hands it to you, you actually even feel a skin texture to his fingertips.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it down on the table. I'm gonna grab it and give him a hug.
He almost seems taken aback at first. It's almost as if a stranger has just hugged him, but he does remember you. Of course he does. He embraces you. And he holds you by your shoulders and looks at your face, says, You're, you remind me of your mother, almost. It's, I know you never really knew her well, but I can see her in you. You're fierce, but you have a compassionate heart. And he kind of like gives you a little small thud on the shoulder. Just make sure you don't get too soft.
Ow! How did that hurt? Damn it! I just got a dead arm now.
All right. The arrows, the set of arrows are complete, and you can feel free to try these out.
Yeah, cool. Set off pissed off badger arrow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think for now, just use your normal bow with a +1 arrow, and we'll see what happens after we see the roll.
I really need to put +1 arrows into my attack. I will do that. Thank you. 17.
17. Well, that's actually still a hit, 100%. In fact, you've got. When do you use your elven accuracy? Is that
If
on
I
all
have
the time?
If I have advantage on the roll.
That's right. If you have advantage, you get triple. Okay, cool. So the arrow strikes true, and it's as it kind of fires into the tree trunk. You see it almost still twizzling from like the impact. Almost looks like it's kind of drilling into the actual bark itself. And as it does, you see a ghostly kind of emanation of a honey badger leap from it and enter into the tree and just starts tearing at it like "Argh!" Like a dog with a newspaper. It's just like "Argh!"
Like a cockney dog.
the tree is baned.
Amazing.
Just droops a little.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Awesome.
Oh.
Cool, cool,
He
cool.
says, oh, well, these armaments, the bachelor will most likely feel the effects of the fallen spirits he holds here captive. They will prove likely the only weapons that can harm him.
Well, having tested this thing out a bit and assuming it doesn't get nerfed, which I'm thinking is quite likely because I've done a bit of background math here,
Yeah.
he's welcome to come at me.
He says, well, whilst within this realm, whilst the spirits are closest to their resting place, it's likely that weapons will be unhindered. But once you leave, I cannot say how the weapons will take when going back into the land of the living.
Well,
And do you have any recommendations on how to go about that?
Keep them attuned. If you lose attunement with these, the spirit could be lost. Might be even sucked into the soulmonger, what you speak of. But right now they are tethered. Much like the navel of the moon.
We've heard of that.
You have,
That's from the Tabaxi.
indeed.
Navel of the Moon. It's ringing a bell, but seems a lifetime ago. Remind me?
Yeah.
What was it?
It was an artifact. Let me cast my memory back. I'm not even sure how that even came to mind. He shouldn't have the memory, and yet for some reason it came to him. Maybe the bonding with Revire and him just sort of fished it out.
I've
But
had this theory about a unifying factor in the universe that travels across the planes. I believe that plot convenience drives a awful lot of reality as we know it.
I only know it because it was carved from a chunk of the moon itself, supposedly. And we elves, we admire the moon, for it is closely lined with our own deities. But if I remember, I think it had a soul tethered to it. A soul that yearned to be free. Though many adventuring parties sought to like free it, they could not find a way. My memory is foggy at best, but I remember it resembling a polished egg-shaped stone.
Carrick has a realization that Bag of Nails might be in this world.
Oh.
Way to ruin everything.
Chris makes note to put Bag of Nails in this world.
We just
Do we have any additional homework as well for tomorrow? Sorry.
I think it is said that anyone who holds the stone can find their way home to their loved ones. I think that's why I remembered it. It was something I yearned for whilst trapped in this place. If there was a way out, the navel of the moon would have guided me for certain. I also just remembered that's that might not be what I first thought of when I was thinking about a spirit being tethered to something. Let me double check. I may have crossed wires.
Carrick has been really interested in, and it kind of takes a couple notes, and is just being like really or really intrigued with the whole rune process, and it's just kind of taking mental note of that.
Okay. Man, it's actually really hard to find. But nonetheless, he says powerful artifacts can have souls and spirits attached to them. There is one such item, an artifact that parties have tried to free, but I cannot really remember.
You've done so much.
Then, with my work done, the rest is up to you. Do not worry about seeking out the bachelor. Simply travel the river, and it will find you.
We need to, or we've been told at least, that we need to somehow, I'm speaking figuratively of course, cripple its limbs in order for it to retreat to its cave. I've been pondering on it a while, but I'm not entirely sure what that means. Do we just go for one of its leg archipelagos and start stabbing away at the ground?
You will need to likely weather the creature down, rather. You need a good firm strike. And where you strike is a particular importance. For it is said that the bachelor is tied to this land, and the land to it.
So we basically need to hit it on like all four limbs, the tail, and the head. So we need like 6 good hits.
It is only a rumor, for I do not know what will happen when you inflict a wound upon him. No one has done so in, well, not that I can remember. Not in my time here, at least. One such chief did battle with him, but even he was humbled. Lost an arm, so I heard.
Would that be Vatu Sivatu?
I believe so. Wait, let me just check. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Fatu, yeah. The Gleaming Fins chief.
And that's what we're kind of headed back towards to his camp, because he's going to tell us more information about that, because we kind of can confirm that the flaming fists aren't really a problem anymore.
I have seen him away from his tribe. I would be cautious around that one.
Mm-hmm.
He is up to something. He's been hunting in the night. I've seen him kill wild boar, but he did not take them back to his home. He was not hunting for game, nor for sport. All I can tell you is that he headed in an easterly direction. Let's drag you back to the map.
He did mention that he was appeasing the bachelor.
Hmm. That sounds like a dangerous bargain. Do with this as you will, that information. But I must tend back to these lost spirits.
Well, I must say, you, sir, have been the highlight of our trip.
And if it's okay with you, I can serve as a messenger between minds, but for pass on a message from Revi to you in the days to come. Let you know of our progress.
I would like that. He kind of gives a smile to you, Revi, knowing that he might be able to stay in contact and this wouldn't be the last goodbye. And he looks back to Jason and says, I am glad to have at least been a slither of hope in this realm of death and despair. Go now. The waters, they run east. You must travel along them, but be wary. The bachelor likely knows of what has taken place here. He may even be ready, waiting.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I fancy making a long overland trip to, say, an arm or a leg.
It's up to you
I
guys.
think we have to. I think we're gonna have to. Like, we don't do damage to the land; we do damage to him, and that affects the land.
Got you.
Exactly.
So we need to
that
do
way around.
damage to
Yeah.
him and then all focus
Yeah,
down
that
on
make
an arm or a tail or something.
right. That makes that's gonna make this like realm smaller, and he'll have fewer places to hide. I think if I'm interpreting that.
That's funny if you thought that the whole
I
like since the
honestly
thing is
thought we were
stone.
going to start stabbing the ground.
Yeah, that's what I was asking him earlier. I was like,
Oh, great! I love the misinterpretations in D&D. It's so
I
great.
was like, okay, at least I've got this adamantine whip, and I'm assuming it's an object.
No, for clarity's sake, yeah, he
Yeah.
he he clears that up with you guys. You've been talking to the singers. They are not themselves. In fact, I would suggest if you wanted to clear their minds, perhaps strike at the tail first.
Okay, that's good to know.
He says, "All right then."
Furthest, certainly furthest away from the bitey end.
The bachelor will soon meet the victims of his curse. And all of your weapons sort of you feel like a power emanate from them in unison as he announces this. All right. So, where are you heading? Do you want to get back in the boat or do you want to go across the jungles? It's up to you.
Do we want
Okay,
to
boat.
speak to Valindra at some point, or
Yes.
True.
Have we considered this whole ruining thing a rest of any sort?
It has gone on quite a long time, but no, you haven't rested during it. No.
Okay, well, I'm okay, but I don't know how Carrick's feeling. He had
Carrick
to
is
burn
like
all those spell slots to speak with the dead.
Indeed, he did.
It's. Oh, we should keep going.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Knowing that any day you spend here slowly
Yeah.
saps away at your life, you
We're on a clock.
decide to push on. And
Since Carrick didn't do any, could Carrick have taken a short rest since he didn't make a weapon for the last two?
yeah,
I guess I
you
just
did a
concentrated.
assist, but you could take a short
I
rest.
just want to
here
roll.
anyway.
I just want to roll like 2 hit dice.
All right, I'll allow a short rest at the very least. This is a place of rest. So if you do want to spend anything or recoup,
And that's just Carrick, yeah.
I think Carrick is, yeah.
Okay.
Don't,
You guys have your shiny stuff.
I do have my shiny thing.
you've been testing out your weapons, and
Great.
cool. By the time you come out of your meditation, you see that the shrubbery that they've been practicing on is burnt, melted, and shot to pieces and chewed on. There's loads of chew marks all over it as well. You're like, what the hell? But,
Hey, Dan, did you ended up attuning to that spear? Feel like you're one with it?
We'll see what happens with it.
okay. Though I will warn you with this spear, it's a big. Okay, because you attune, you understand its properties. So, you would understand that this is going to be one big charge in it. Whereas Justin has expended one charge whilst practicing it. This one is a big once per day thing. Similar to like a javelin of lightning, you understand those to be a once per day use. This is similar, but you can feel a brimming power within it. Feels like the throat of a dragon is kind of breathing in. That's the kind of sensation you get. You can even feel it in your own throat, perhaps. That same sensation you get before you breathe.
I love it.
Okay.
I have a quick question to ask.
Mhm.
We're talking about weapon nerfs and stuff, but I feel like this is something I should clear up before we get into a fight, if indeed that is something we're going to do.
Yep.
As written, this Monster Lasher thing lets you... So you burn the charges to chuck 2d4 elemental type onto the weapon attack. It doesn't say that there is a cap on how many of those that you can chuck on.
So there's 7 runes, isn't there?
7 runes, yeah. So in theory, I could do 2d4 plus 4 as the base, plus 14d4 elemental. That's the attack damage. So if that crits, that would go up to 28d4 plus 4d4, not including any like booming blades or green flame blades I might chuck on.
Okay.
So
maybe you only can burn like
if I
one
can
charge
burn like
at
a rune at a time or something.
So each rune does an extra 2d4.
Yes.
And there are 7 runes, and each rune is an element. So you don't just add like all of the same element. It'll be, if you said like used it all in one go, you'd get 2d4 acid, then and 2d4 fire, and 2d4 thunder, etc., etc. Is that how it's read?
One or more of the runes type that correspond to the channeled runes. So yeah, the insinuation is that
You use all the elements in one.
yes.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think there could be a limiter on that. And I think it's going to be dependent on how awake it is at the time. Because although you've been doing some testing, you haven't encountered any problems just yet.
Okay.
But I'll say that the more runes you try to use, the higher chance of it kind of clonking out on you.
Okay.
So it's a risk reward in a sense.
I'm with you. Just had to clarify before I went and got excited when I saw that big green 20.
Okay. In that case, then yeah, you'll wait. What green 20?
When it rolls a crit on here, you get the crit comes up as a 20, and then be like, I'm gonna burn some runes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. With that double, is that what you're asking?
Well, they're rolled as part of the attack, so rules are written. Yeah, they would.
It's crazy.
Unless you wanted to change that, of course. You are in charge here.
We'll keep it as it is for now, but expending a rune, there is a chance of drowsiness, which we'll see when it comes to.
I've got smites.
But yeah, if you do get a crit and you're gonna go, oh, do I want to Do I want to hit it hard? Then it's up to you to decide that risk versus reward in that moment. So, okay. Perfect. Let's continue on then. So you're hitting. Oh, and yeah. And as for revise, your arrows would be doing either a +1 arrow when they hit. The target makes a spell save DC versus your spellcasting modifier against effectively Bane. If they fail, they're afflicted. If they pass, they still take the damage from the arrow, but they're not afflicted by Bane.
Not being cool.
And as for Ignis, well, you're just gonna have to throw it and find out. But it does feel like it wants to be thrown rather than like used in melee. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay.
I have a really dumb question. How
Yep.
many arrows are in a set of arrows?
Usually it's 20 a quiver, but I'm gonna check.
Is something special about that? Does something magic look about that quiver that she got, or is that just
Yeah.
a standard?
That's just sentimental.
It's a mastercraft quiver, but it holds up to 20 arrows. So yes, you can fit 20 of these teeth into it.
Awesome.
All right, cool.
Spell saves.
Close those, close some tabs. Okay, cool. In that case, then moving on. So you're heading back. You're going upriver, downriver?
Down
Downriver.
with the water, with the current. We still have, some more places we haven't seen yet.
True. You could do a full circuit if you want, and then you'd get back to the village.
Yeah, we're going. I think that's the fastest way to go. It might be the most dangerous, but
We'll see.
yeah.
All right. Oops.
This is like huge, like big tall mountains, right? In the
They are, yeah.
yeah.
Not as big as Selu, perhaps, but they definitely form some difficult terrain during the. And it's completely overgrown as well. There's no path into the jungle. You'd have to be figuring your own way out there. I mean, you have Revire, but hi, look what that got you. Centipedes and stuff. Sorry. You know, I had to say it. Plus, it puts you on the path I want you to go on. So, yes, going down river, you have boarded the SS O.T. McBoatface, and you're heading towards what looks like one of these smaller islands off to the side. It's like, well, not an island, it's what's it called, a mesa. And judging by the crude map that you've acquired, it does look almost similar to a claw. But as you're going down river, I'd like everyone to make a perception check.
I see water.
You do. Murky water, filled with lily pads. And as you're looking at the water, it starts to become harder and harder to perceive as a low mist clings to the surface. Rufus is got advantage, so he can very clearly see something up ahead. There are bits of flotsam and planks of wood that are slowly drifting down the river, and your boat is actually catching up to them. And suddenly you hear a dunk, and Carrick, you see what you just kind of bumped into. Seems to be, as you look overboard, there is an empty crate that seems to have just, its buoyancy has brought it to the surface, and you've just knocked it aside, and it kind of bobs away.
Is it? Yeah, I'll burn a first level spell slot just to see if it's was it for detect magic to see if there's anything magic about anything in here.
No magic seems to be coming from the crate. Whatever contents it were filled with must have just washed down river. But going off your perception check from earlier with a 19, you do see some faint, very faint traces, and they're just floating on the water like bits of pond scum, perhaps. Maybe bits of
Like
it
a
have caught
like
up
a
in
arcane oil slick.
yeah, almost. But you can tell there is, as you kind of like blink and turn off the aura, you can actually see what it actually is. It's very small flecks of powder, or maybe twigs, or maybe even ground down bark. Some of it is clung onto lily pads, and you can inspect it if you want, but there is just a very faint magic about it, almost like it's been diluted.
Yeah, I'll definitely can inspect it.
Okay,
Uh,
you see Carrick fish out one of these lily pads and brings it onto the side of the boat. Roll an investigation or even a nature check.
they're the same. I'll just kind of tap my forehead and cast guidance. Arcana would be great.
Yeah, give it Arcana then, 'cause it is magic. Okay. Yep.
Tight.
There's a scent.
Uh,
As you kind of dry it out, there is a scent to it. This is a gura, and it has been spilt and leaked into the river, kind of mixed with the water, making what would you call it? A potion, effectively, almost. The powder is, some of it is kind of like diluted, some of it you can scrape off the lily pad, but it is definitely the same scent that you experienced within the cabin. And I think for you it was smell of the wake of
the astral sea, I think.
one of your ships, which they often use powerful materials to charge their ships to propel them through the astral sea. Yeah, it's got that kind of smell, the wake of that. Instead of a salty sea breeze equivalent of, yeah, that. Rufus,
And
22
does it
as
seem
well.
like there's with that? Does it seem like there's any like it's all in the water now? Or is there any left over somewhere?
You look on ahead, and at this point, Rufus, kind of scouting on ahead of the boat, does see a small tugboat that's been abandoned, more like a canoe actually, that has been abandoned, and it looks like it's half submerged in the swamp. And it is very swampy around here. You can tell the mud looks much deeper than the dried, cracked land of the graveyard before. Around you, there's a low mist hanging, and you can tell there are crates. One of them has been smashed open, and the contents of which is spilling into the river, and another one is just aboard the actual canoe itself. That one looks intact. And that, by the way, is at the left side of a split in the river. So Rufus sees this coming up ahead. You can take the left fork or the right fork. But the left one is wreckage.
Other fellows? So, it looks like the right's clearer, but, well, knowing our luck, it's probably full of hippos or something. What do we think, chaps? Left or right?
So let's check it out.
All right. You begin turning the boat, and as you sail downriver, it seems to slow down. Maybe there's a lot of foliage that's kind of blocking the flow, but it did seem to creep down to a very crawl, and you maybe have to get the oars out and start really pushing. And as you do, you can feel there is some debris or vines, or just general muck and weed in the water that you're kind of having to push through. Then Rufus also, because he's got a bird's eye view. I don't know if you guys can see it on the map, but that small little island does actually seem to resemble like a crocodile.
It does look like
Yes, I thought it was a crocodile first.
Yeah, quite clever. The artist has definitely put some subtle subliminal images in here.
Yes. Subtle
And-
subliminal messages.
Anyway, let's move on. There are a couple of moments where the boat kind of even just gets caught up and completely strangled by the weeds. But there is something you notice. There are small, what are they called, planks of wood that form into walkways that some people have made to cross more shallow areas. And it looks like you can see even drag marks across them where people would have kind of got out of their boat, dragged it across the walkway, and then reboarded it when they kind of got onto the other side, which is more deeper. And to actually get to this boat, you would have to do just that. So it's not actually a big deal for you guys because you can Boaty McBoatface back into like a backpack. So I'm assuming that's what you guys do.
Get back in your box, Float Daddy.
So, fantastic.
I appreciate that this map is called Spooky Swamp.
Spooky Swamp. Oh, it's got a different name for me, but yeah, that's your name. There you go. You're on the map, and you can see the strange little boat up ahead, been completely abandoned.
Is my detect magic still going, or is that burned out?
No, it lasts a good 10 minutes. I'll say it's still
Yeah.
got about 3 minutes up.
Cool. Do I see more of the aguru in the water?
Yeah. If you get 30 foot within distance. Right now, no, but that's 60. 30 is not as
Yeah.
big as what you think.
I'll come to the edge right here.
Okay. Not from there. You don't. No.
I'm gonna be his shadow for right now.
It's like a bit of a jump. Do we?
I put my hand on your shoulder and say, "You got this."
Okay. Carrick will also, while trusting in Ignir, also cast guidance on himself. No, that's gonna break my concentration on detect magic. I'll just kind of make it to here, and I'll try to like pathetically leap onto this platform.
Okay. Roll me an athletics check.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I'm afraid so. Hey. Not by yourself. All right.
But characters takes like two like an uncomfortable amount of time like prepping like 1, 2. Okay,
Your arm.
engage the quad, like he's like naming the muscle groups he's gonna use.
Fantastic.
Made it.
Well, it paid off because indeed you do make it over to the other side. The creaking of the wood echoes out into the misty swamp, and you see the ripples kind of emanate from here, knocking a few of the lily pads into like a bit of a jumble, like pinball. But you've found dry land. There is, at the end of this plank, a small island that's sodden with swampy water, but that's where this thing is kind of washed ashore, perhaps. And at this point, Carrick, you can roll me an investigation check or a perception check, your choice. Because as though at a distance it was seemingly abandoned, there is perhaps a clue. Nope.
Ugh.
No, it's abandoned. Never mind.
My detect magic. Does that pick anything up yet?
At this distance, yes. Now you can sense an aura coming from the crate. This is the same aura of wild magic that was from the Agura earlier. It is currently sealed shut. The other one is open, smashed open, and you can see its contents spilled into the swamp.
Is anybody jumping over here with me?
Yes, well, no point standing on ceremony, so I take a running leap, and I... Ooh, probably don't do great.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah, you bend and twist your ankle as you land, and it's slippery. And as you slip, you do unfortunately fall into the water. The lily pad kind of almost catches you, but you even slip off that, and you're kind of knee deep. This water's about 5 foot deep.
Oh, okay. I gotta pull myself back up.
Okay, yeah. You can almost feel the bomb. You see Jason's ripple go all the way across, and it even rustles some of the foliage on the far end. But it's almost like it's boomed out like a big sonar.
Well, might as well come on over.
True.
Yeah, I'll hop over too. Water seems fine.
I've got algae on my suit.
You do, yeah.
I'm gonna stay back to help
By that I
Romeo
mean
up
I
into
wade
the plank.
Okay. Because you also landed in the water, there's that kind of low-hanging mist that was there. Also seems to sort of swirl around as well, just subtly. Ignia, you... Oh, wow, did you really... Oh my god, that's even worse. So this time you probably scuff your... And instead of making it even to the other side, you just end up headbutting the actual part right here. I think for that you can take a d6 of bludgeoning. Oh god, I had to roll max. Jesus.
No.
Yeah, you fail the roll by 5 or more. You take a d6 of bludgeoning, smashing your head against it. Yeah, you feel like you bent a scale on your forehead.
Don't worry, guys. This dock is very sturdy.
Stop shouting! Hey, get on up, you mucky pup. Look,
Sorry, I've got swamp in my ears.
you're covered in swamp goo.
I mean, I'm just gonna activate my ring of jumping and
I love it.
Okay.
So good.
Even still,
Derek is gonna use his ring to clean off the two dirty boys.
gotcha. To stick the landing, Revi, because it is slippery boards. Let's go with advantage because you are using the ring of jumping.
cool. Can I use acrobatics?
Yes, of course, because it's more about landing than it is making the jump. And
Ooh, a
yes,
flip.
you slip for a good foot, but you catch friction and steady yourself.
There you go. Moving on.
All right.
This creek is a light. Just a little glance over.
Yep, you kind of creak across the boards, balancing as you do. And there's a thick amount of weeds and swamp foliage that's just built up on this small island. Boat has washed up against it, and you can make anyone who's getting onto that can make a perception or an investigation check.
I've already made mine, I believe, correct?
You have, yeah.
It's
But
a swamp
Carrick is
is one
stepping
of
over to that.
favored terrains. This gets another +5.
Ah, yes, double
So
favorite
sweet.
terrains.
Fantastic. All right. Ignia, you splashed in the water so hard earlier. You see one of these lily pads moves over something in the water and it bobs up to the surface. It is one half of a snapped oar. And as it kind of drifts slowly towards the side, Ravi, you can see this wasn't cut or even just bent by strain. It looks like something I literally tore through it. And as you look over towards the crates, there's similar signs of damage on the crates as well. Teeth are in the wood. Some have even punctured the whole thing. You look at the actual lid of this crate, you can see it's like a round hole at the top.
I don't suppose I can try and guess from the bite marks.
This would have been a huge creature.
Right.
We know that he's the length of five people lying down, which I estimated at like 30-ish feet.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like the jaw of a 30-foot creature.
There's also blood with that quite high on the perception. You also notice blood stains on the boat. It seems to have pooled near the bottom, and there's a splattering of it as you turn the oar over on the other side. Splatterings of it on there as well.
Does it look like crocodile blood? Maybe he's mortally wounded by this oar. The oar is his. That's what bachelors fear the most.
Does the blood look normal?
Do you want to taste it?
No. I just
I'll
want
look
to
at the.
kind of.
I'd like to look at the blood.
Because it looks normal.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to like see what blood in this realm kind of looks like.
How old does it look?
A lot of the lushness of the jungle is washed out, and even the blood seems to have a slightly darker color to it. It's almost black, but there's still a redness to there. And you remember tasting the wine revive, it was like the same experience. Everything is kind of numbed, drained. And so, yes, even the blood looks kind of drained out, and the scent from it. Well, there's a lot of scents coming from the boat. Just the fetidness of the swamp, the agura overpowering it. The only real way to smell the blood would be to like taste it.
Is it look like it's magical?
Oh, the blood
or
itself? No.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Carrick's gonna come while the blood's being tasted or not tasted. Gonna be checking out that box.
Okay.
Before this goes down, I picked something up that I thought could be useful.
Okay.
And it's probably worth burning a spell slot on, because I don't know if we'll have the time for me to do it as a ritual. I cast water breathing.
Interesting. Okay.
So,
You just get a. You just
For
get a
24 hours.
yeah, all of us can breathe underwater for 24 hours.
Very interesting.
Can
Okay.
I just stick my head in the river and see what we can see?
And I could do that as a ritual. Well, that doesn't specify how long the ritual takes, but still.
10 minutes is any ritual.
Gotcha. Well, haven't got time for that right now.
It's like ritual just means add 10 minutes plus the whatever casting time.
Gotcha.
Okay. Cool.
I picked that up on my level up.
Very cool.
So there is one crate that you can bust open if you want, but it is not currently open.
Yeah. With the magic blowing box, Carrick's there's no way he's not gonna be able to.
I think I saw a crowbar in one of your inventories for some reason.
Yes, I have a crowbar.
Yeah. That's
All right,
archaeologist.
easy enough to wrench it open then. No check required. You just snap the wood off, and the lid pops. And there are many little pouches of agura, a full sort of shipment, perhaps. This is more than they had in the cabin as well.
Yeah, we just have one little pouch. So yeah, I'll collect the pouches.
Okay. As Carrick is busy kind of digging into this What are the others doing? You're casting water breathing, Jason.
Yes.
So what about Revire and Ignis?
So just like to keep an
Sorry?
eye on, I just like to keep an eye on this kind of side of the.
This side. Cool. Then in that case, roll a perception check.
Can I assist her in that? Because I feel like something's out here weirding me out.
And have
You-
Rufus
you
do
can?
the same if that's okay.
I'm gonna say then, because Ignis is helping you revive, you can roll a flat roll instead of.
Oh, okay.
And as for Rufus,
Oh, flat
they
roll.
can
So
That
roll.
has
the first one was a
another
20.
5.
Oh,
So that's a 29.
oh, damn. All right, that's gonna probably save your bait.
Ooh.
That you look out towards these lily pads, certain that something's about to emerge from there, and Ignis keeping an eye out as well beside you, and both of you spot a small, faint ripple, but it's not in front of you. You only see it at the maximum kind of radius, so it's not even like a ripple. You at this point, by the time it reaches you, it's likely just a very faint wave. It's not even curved in nature because of how far away the radius would have been. So, if I even draw it out with some measurement tools, yeah, it's kind of like, as you can see, it's almost like a flat line at this point. But that ripple, that wave, does seem to come from behind you.
Alright. I guess noticing that. This is really thick trees. I don't suppose I'll just be able to shimmy to the other side easily enough.
You could do, yeah.
Could I? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but as you shimmy in, and Igni, you notice this as well because you're kind of joint part of that roll. You begin to like swivel around, perhaps, trying to see what it is.
Yep.
Okay, in that case, as you turn, I'm gonna have everyone roll onto initiative.
How many pouches? I'm just putting. I think how many? Did I find pouches or?
Yeah, you've got about 4 pouches in, and this is when Ignis spots something, and likely is about to alert the rest of the party. There is a slight hue to the mist. It's more pale than the mist itself. It's in fact stark white, and you only just see two little bumps in the water. And as those bumps close in closer and closer, it's about this distance when you see the bumps both blink. And you know that is a split second before a thrashing amount of water bursts forth, and a stark albino crocodile, the length of which you can't even fathom right now because it's only the set of jaws that are emerging from the water. And as it does, it jumps straight into initiative. The Bachelor 1. Hello, it's called Bachelor 1. So that's like like some sort of blind date. Anyway, the Bachelor rolled pretty damn high as well. That should have more than that. Hold on. Let's change that. Oh wait, no, that is correct. Okay, cool. In that case, Jesus, Revire, you've just got into a semi-hiding spot, but it's your turn.
Great. Great. Pissed off badger arrow time.
Okay, go right ahead.
I cannot shove them onto my thing. Yeah, this is this one. 21.
That a 21, you say?
Plus 1 else.
21.
Mhm.
It's his armor, his plated like reptilian body, and bounces off of it.
Oh no.
I'm
what now?
sorry. What?
What? The
Mhm.
what?
Um,
Second shot. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
I'm so confused.
There we go.
Oh, okay, that will hit.
oh,
However, it feels as though you really had to like maneuver to the side to get a better impact and make sure it's like the hit's perpendicular to its body, and you sink it into the kind of soft side of its flesh. However, no blood pours from the wound, but the arrow is stuck in it, and I'll roll its wisdom saving throw.
yeah, it's
Sorry.
only a DC 13.
Okay. Where are we? Wisdom. Oh yes. There it is. Oh crap. Oh, didn't want it to roll yet. Oh wait, no, it's hidden. It's all good. It passes, I'm afraid.
Fair. Okay.
Yep.
Your
Yeah.
rolls are set to private.
That's fine. I'm
Oh,
going to keep it private for now.
That's a
Oh,
12, Chris. Is that
Mhm.
it?
I'm afraid not. No. This time the bachelor rises its jaws into the air and snaps the arrow clean in two. You're not getting that one back.
It's okay.
The other arrow you had is kind of like floating in the water somewhere. Now, if that's going to end your turn, or do you want to move?
No, I'm
Move.
quite good with.
Yeah, run away. Run away.
How far away are they? See if they do. Okay, there goes there. I don't really
Mhm.
want to be right in the middle there. I also don't want to be right in here.
Okay. The bachelor begins to come towards dry land. Its swimming form and powerful tail going back and forth is very reminiscent of when you first saw it, Jason, swimming against the tide of the Well of Souls. Now, its striking appearance right in front of you, it's beginning to let out this low hissing sound, like when crocodiles are kind of trying to uh, like get people away from their territory. You can hear that kind of like, and it goes into a growl, guttural growl. And as it does that, you start to see the water churn, and rather than ripple outwards, the reverse effect happens and begins to pour towards him. Even such, this boat begins to rock. The actual waves on the other side begin to lap up against the side of the small mound of swampland, and it overflows it, such that you're now almost 5 feet submerged in it yourself. And let me see where it is. Points it right there. I wish it could be spiraling inwards, but we got it. That's what we're going to have for now. So, as this is happening, I need everyone to roll me double check. Where it is. Ah, yes. There it is. Passed. Passed.
Is this a fear or charm?
Hold on a minute. I'm just placing down a template. It is not. It's neither. No. It's going to be.
Jesus.
Going to be a strength saving throw. Oh, it rolled for all of you.
Yeah.
Okay. There's your rolls. I don't know why there's a giant crocodile in there. Ignore that. Get rid of that. Okay. The strength save is what's happening right now.
Yep.
Strength is not anyone's forte.
Not cool.
Didn't think it would be. So who failed? Everyone but Ignir. Wow. Okay. Impressed. Very impressed. Igni, you managed to somehow grab onto either the foliage here or just sinking yourselves into the mud. The pull from this is so strong, however, that everyone else fails and begins to be sucked towards this maelstrom, a swirling mass of 5 foot deep swamp water, pulling you closer and closer towards the jaws and body of this beast. Everything in this area is now difficult terrain, and a creature that starts there must succeed in a strength save or take 66 bludgeoning damage.
Jesus Christ.
Pardon?
Which you took. Yeah, that's all the damage has been applied. So that's happening at the start of each of your turns. So let's go down the turn order right now. Igni, you're the first to succeed, and it is your turn.
Is it a spell? Was it a spell or an ability?
It very much feels like a spell. However, you did not see the crocodile clap its hands or wave itself around.
Cool. So everything's difficult terrain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to
30-foot radius.
Okay. I'm going to wave a hand towards it and cast Hexblade's Curse on it.
Interesting. Put a little thing on it. Okay.
I don't know why that rolled for it, but that puts it into the chat. And then I'm going to wander away a little bit.
Okay, it's difficult terrain, but you can pull away from it. Let me move the light.
And then I'm going to whisper to the spear. He said that you were not to be feared. And then I'm going to hurl the spear at the bachelor.
Okay. You can roll to hit.
Hit.
Okay. Now fear not, because even though you did not make the hit, the secondary effect comes to light now that you've attuned to it, making it your packed weapon. This javelin streaks across the swamp water, and as it does, you see a pair of wings whip out, and the form of a dragon's head at the tip begins to kind of appear in like your own smoky fashion, like very much like your Eldritch Blast, but a fucking huge version of it, forming a 5-foot wide line right towards the bachelor, and the mouth of the dragon opens up, spilling and spewing acid in a line, afflicting everything in that line. So even though you didn't hit, the dragon leaves this huge line across. It's in a 20-foot area there. Is it 20 foot? Check. No,
Does it do damage or just when things start their turn?
Yeah, you can roll 4d6 acid damage, please. It's happening right now, and it needs to make a text. In this form, not great. Oh wait, only proficient? No, it's not that much. Alright. So it fails. So, oh my god, I rolled a 1. Great. You fail to impact, and the spear does spark off of its hide. But as it does, you see the acid has melted a part of its scales, and I mean, it's already white. So if anything, you just sort of see pus and boils begin to like rise up on its flesh, and it lets out a horrible guttural roar. Not pleased by that.
And then I'll summon the spear back into my hand.
Love it. Yep. You see
Oh,
this-
because the goddamn pack is so cool.
that's
Plant
what-
it down. And just, they're like, I guess that was okay.
Did 15 acid damage. Good. All right.
On a miss.
On a miss, yeah. You can't really knock that. So If you'd have hit, you'd have done just the weapon damage on top of that as well. So it's just win-win. Okay, moving on. The Bachelor is going to take a legendary action. And, well, it's already used its movement. So it'll have to use its legendary action.
closer to me?
Yeah, it's going to move into everyone's range. But that's going to end its legendary action. You see it's swimming forward, and it has no difficulty in this swirling maelstrom. You're up, Jason. Oh, yes, Jason.
So, a couple of questions. The boat is still within the effect of the maelstrom.
Yes.
Is the Bachelor within the effect of the maelstrom? As in, if I were to be on the Bachelor's back, would I be in the...
Oh, I see.
If I were to ride this crocodile...
You could potentially be out of range of it, just. Only because it's come up off the land.
Mechanically, what does just being out of range mean?
Just means you're out of range.
Okay.
It's 5 foot deep water.
Groovy. Looks like we're going crocodile wrestling, boys.
Oh my god.
Bonus action, Blade Song, but of course. Action, Greater Invisibility.
Yes.
Just check what else happened on the Maelstrom effect. In fact, I'm just going to reveal it in the chat.
If you could, that'd be super handy.
So we have to get, otherwise we're just going to take a bunch of damage the more we're in it, right?
So, sorry, you'll have to scroll up a little bit.
Even if I succeed on I think I've got to be out of it, otherwise even if I succeed.
Yep. And so as you start your turn there, you're bludgeoned by this Maelstrom that just pulls you in. The crate on the other side probably just smashes into your head. The foliage you fall into cuts from brambles and such. The other effect is everything's difficult terrain, but that's it. You're pulled 10 feet towards the center. You ended up there.
It is, however, save or suck.
Yes.
So that's something. But you're saying if I'm on this guy's back, I don't need to make that save?
I'll say if you are daring enough to get on top of him, then yes.
Absolutely. I turn invisible. I hop on his back. That's my action and bonus action.
Alright. Now who's the mad lad? Okay, you swim forward, clambering up on top of him. He can feel you're on top of the back. You see a tail start to flail around. But now you're invisible, that'll prove difficult. Rufus can also do that.
Rufus is going to give a help action to Carrick.
Yeah, Carrick, the help. Carrick, your turn.
Okay, so I get pulled 10 feet.
Yes, you're 5, 10, right behind it now.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take, at the beginning of my next turn, I would take a bunch of damage.
Mm-hmm. And to answer your question from earlier, yes, this is a magical effect, and it is resembles a spell that you might know, but he didn't seemingly cast it.
Right, but it's so I've still got my detect magic up. This is all glowing magic.
Oh, 100%. There is the sure signs of a spell in effect, and that aura will be. Let me just check what type of magic is. I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but I believe it's conjuration. Might be advocate. Doesn't tell me.
Thinking it.
It's evocation. Yeah. It is a magical effect.
Got something so stupid I want to do.
You can see all the lily pads kind of being drawn towards it as well. The boat just rocks and is threatened to snap in half.
So I need to make more stupid ideas. It's now.
Yeah.
I'm passing the next.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I get the sense that this could be? I could potentially dispel this?
Potentially, yes. is a powerful magical effect. However,
Right.
the concentration needed to do this might be tough. But you're
Because
more than
I
welcome
can't
to-
get out. I can't get out of it.
Yeah, no one can.
Did he make a concentration check when I hit him?
Good shout. My bad. Let me do that now.
Yeah, 40 foot of difficulty.
There's always the chance that he fails. / has legendary resistance.
It's a success.
My other stupid idea is to upcast. You know what? I'm gonna do. Let me just read this spell. Okay, and I'm happy to based on. I'm happy to roll an Arcana check for this. If I upcast, create or destroy water to 4th level, would that get rid of the water? Because if it's not dispelling it, it's just destroying the water, and the water is what's doing it.
Wow. How much water can you destroy?
You can destroy. You can destroy up to 10 gallons of water in an open container within range. Alternative, you can destroy fog in a 30-foot cube within range.
Ooh. I like the creative use.
So-
I'll say that you could
Yeah,
probably
but it wouldn't be all of it. But like, I'm not trying to do all of it. I'm just trying to do the stuff that's like in like this group around us.
Okay,
right here.
yeah, that I'll allow that. If you're just trying to focus it on just your allies where they're standing.
Yeah, so just a 5-foot cube on, I guess, on myself, on Revia, and on Ignir.
I'll say you can't split it up, but I'll say you can do one big clump where Revia, yourself, and the Bachelor are. Like, you concentrate it here,
Yeah.
spread out from there.
Okay.
Or you could choose to focus it on Ignir, or maybe even the center of yourself, and get Ignir and yourself out. I'll say that literally it'll just end the effect on that particular area, because the water is no longer there. But it is just 1 point, right? Well, see the spell again? Can you click into the chat?
I'll link it. Yeah, it's a weird spell.
10 gallons of water.
Yeah, 10 gallons
Anyway.
isn't that much. But if I upcast it, you can upcast it. It's like it's
Oh.
written in that it can be
Yeah,
upcasted.
you're
but
upcasting it to.
it's gonna be 4th level.
Oh my god, 4th level. The water falls.
But I don't know. It's only 40 gallons, which isn't that much.
Okay.
So, but I'm just trying to get a sense of. I can just roll it.
What's a
I can probably
30-foot
just.
cube? Let me just measure it out then. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with my original thing because it's like 30 foot. I'm going to say you can get both you and Revire out, or you can get yourself and Ignir out. Those are like 30-foot radiuses.
I'll upcast Dispel Magic.
Okay, you're going to go for that instead.
Yeah.
Okay, but you do need to beat the DC.
Yeah.
Where
Now
it's just
this is where.
water will just work.
Yeah.
That's the risk.
And so yeah, I'm aware of that.
It'll be a DC 15 check.
Now, here's the thing with because I'm casting Dispel Magic at 4th level instead of 3rd level, does that make any difference, or?
I'm afraid it doesn't. No, you have to beat its spell level, which is a 5th.
So, right.
So the DC becomes 10
Right.
plus 5.
It's like against like if it was like a 9th level spell, a 3rd level counter spell versus an 8th level counter spell is no different.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a
Right,
wisdom check. Wisdom check.
Yeah.
Then for me.
That's right, just wisdom.
Solid.
Oh, nice. All right, fair.
But
That works. Did I get rid of the right light? No. Got rid of the wrong one. There we go. Cool. That will work. You simply. How do you dispel it?
Carrick is being pulled towards it, and then he just kind of has his hands like running through the water on either side of him, and then kind of just pushes his hands together, and as it's doing, like these arcane gray streaks, just kind of like ripples come through the water, and he just claps his hand like he's like trying to force the pressure, and then once his hands meet, it just like just this little shockwave ripples out, and it's just gone.
Nice. Yeah, that same ripple kind of counteracts the swirling vortex and steadies the water such that they're now just the water from this area is no longer difficult terrain and it runs back into where its place was now. So this is now an island of dry land. The Bachelor does not take kindly to you ending its effects. It turns and similarly claps its jaws together around you.
Great.
As a legendary action, it's going to take one bite
Yeah.
attack. Good luck. Oh. A 14 is a miss. I'm still in private. Let me just change that. There we go.
Holy
the
shit.
giant crocodile, though.
It
It's-
looks like a giant crocodile, for sure.
No, it
Massive.
is a giant crocodile.
Mm.
Damn, 25.
Oh, yeah, but don't worry about the other giant crocodile. It's hitting
There's
itself.
only one crocodile in the bat tour. That's
Right.
always.
Okay, that's going to
But
end
25
its
damage is not fucking around. All right, that's my turn. I can't do any bonus actions. I'm done. I'm not moving out of its way. I am flanking with Raya.
Yes. Okay, Revive, your turn.
Okay.
Oh,
There is-
but you have to hit it with your arrows.
There is an arrow stuck in its side because you didn't specify that you were aiming for a particular area. That's up to you now.
Shit. To move back into range, he's gonna get an opportunity attack. And I don't want that.
Hmm.
I need to hit him with special stuff.
Right. So it's either a disadvantage or you're risking an attack of opportunity.
Those as daggers?
Improvised stabs.
What with the arrows?
Just kick that arrow deeper into him.
Yep.
You could potentially. I'll say you could potentially stab him with an arrow, but. Well, you didn't see that. You can potentially stab him with an arrow, but it's going to be. It will be a flat roll,
Okay.
but it's not going to do. It's not going to be adding your proficiency. It's just going to be
Fuck.
plus whatever dex or
So
strength.
so you have to beat a 21 with no bonuses.
Yeah, that's the tough part. You've got a number of options, but I will allow you to try and stab with an arrow. But you just won't have proficiency.
Could I actually change? I would move back just to try to get that opportunity attack.
Afraid not.
Too late. Okay.
No, too late. But at this point, you are released a gifting. What was it? Flanking. That's one.
Yeah.
I don't suppose it's dark on this island.
It's dim lighting. Does that make a difference? It's not complete darkness,
Would,
but it is kind of misty and washed out.
if you need dark vision to see me, then it would help. But it's not dark enough for that.
Right. Yes.
There's still light. But
There's a little bit. There's a little bit light. It is dim light. If it was broad daylight, I wouldn't be using token vision. But
fuck it. I'm moving.
all right, it will take an attack of opportunity.
Absolutely valid.
All right, sweet. Because it's got its jaws on Carrick, or trying to, it will instead use a tail attack on you. So, oh boy,
Oosh.
I rolled an natural 20. And why am I still doing pub? What am I still doing? Oh yeah, my token.
Little drop down menu.
No, it's not that because the token I'm using is actually hidden.
Ah.
The two, that's the stats. I'm just doing it awkwardly. Don't mind me. Regardless,
So
I'll
that wasn't a bite.
It wasn't a bite. It was because he's trying to bite
So-
new character. So instead, the
so
tail
good.
whips around, and it feels like you've just been hit by a truck. This hits you for 21 points of bludgeoning, and I need you to make a strength save, which you did and failed. So you're instead, what is it? Knocked prone. Yes, you're knocked prone. You are simply like knocked off your feet, slapping into the mud.
Okay.
Fine.
This is fine.
Rally.
At this point, because it's on land as well, let's just switch this up real quick. Don't
Okay.
laugh. It looks perfectly normal.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. It does look normal.
All right, yeah.
Nothing
that's
else
true.
looks normal.
It's hard to find artwork of albino crocodiles, right?
Understandable.
I'd see something real.
I'll find you a nice picture of a crocodile and desaturate it for you.
Yeah, I could have just added a filter. True.
Okay.
Come up,
Alright.
Revive.
Fear it, damn it.
Fair
Okay.
Fear me.
Bonus action, Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And then we're gonna try and make two pews.
It's kind of
Hit the
even
tail.
it's even in the stance that it just took. It's like its tail is just like whipped around. It's kind of it's kind of like in this C shape.
Great, let's aim at its tail.
Okay. Aim at its tail and fire your arrow.
No,
It is not a hit.
Damn.
even worse. No, slightly better. Still
Slightly
shit.
better, but these arrows ping, ping, and deflect off the tail as it whips it whoosh, whoosh, back and forth, and the arrows just kind of fall sort of into the water and float away.
We got him right where we want him.
Yep. Fucking us up.
Okay, is that your turn?
That is absolutely my turn.
Okay, cool. It is the bachelor's go. Man,
Come on, bite me, you bastard.
no, well, that's what I intend to do. But I wanted to do it whilst terrifying the rest of the party with the maelstrom. But you've put that to a swift end. So you know what? It will take the multi attack.
It's what I
Um,
do.
Yeah, it will use its action first of all to whip another tail. Oh, wait, that's going to go in range. You know, let's start with the bite. So, Carrick.
Yeah,
25.
you hit Revive as well with that
Oh,
bite.
sorry, Ryan. My bad.
Thank you.
He was on 26. There you go.
He bites from both ends.
Oh god.
Carrick, you are pincered in a vice-like grip.
hmm
This creature has got you between its jaws and it intends to drag you away. Jason, you're wobbling on top at this point. There is a slithering movement to it as it tries to drag it back into the water. You know what? As we go, we will also take a whipping tail out at Revire. So, take some of this. Thank you.
Yeah.
You made the strength save, but you feel like another rib crack as the tail impacts you.
Is
And-
Yasin still surfing on top?
Yeah, he would be. Yeah. There is. He gets into the water at this point, and it looks like Jason is literally walking on water right now.
He's invisible.
Oh yeah, right. To you, it feels like you're walking on water, but for everyone else, you're completely invisible. So it's got you grappled and restrained, and he's dragging you into the water. That's going to end his turn, Ignir. So I'm going to.
Okay, I would like to use, for the first time, Relentless Hex to, as bonus action, teleport next to the Bachelor.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to jam the spear, kind of like, you know how you try to like open dogs' mouths by putting your finger at the back of their jaw to like unhinge it. I want to jam the spear twice into there to see if I can like pry open its jaws.
Okay. Is this to try and free Carrick, or are you intending to like inflict the wound on the bachelor's head?
Ideally both.
Yeah, I do that.
Why not? Yeah, sure. All right then.
but
Roll
yeah.
to hit.
Mostly just cause it lots of harm and maybe drop him and attack me.
Understood. Okay, roll to hit then. And you're wading into the water to do this. A 21 is as we.
But is Yasin technically flanking or Carrick flanking with the?
Oh, what with being the balance on top? Uh,
I don't know.
uh.
Just trying to kill a beastie here.
Tell you what, Justin. If you succeed in an acrobatics check, which I'm sure you will, then I'll allow flanking to go through with this.
So am I taking that check now or on my turn?
Yeah, do it right now because he's being stabbed in the face and he reels back from it.
Oh.
Oh no! Okay, that is not what I was looking for. I'm afraid that it jostles Justin enough that you kind of lose your balance a bit here. Ignis stabbing forward, and as it rears its head away, you are slipped off the bat and fall into the water. As for your strike, Ignir, it was so close to getting a good hit, but it has still got Carrick in its mouth and it's swimming rapidly away. Going for it again, I see.
Yep, that's not gonna do it.
No, it just lets out a growl before pushing itself off of you. You see its massive paw just whack against your chest, not to harm you, but rather just, like I say, push off of you. And it's going to use a legendary action to submerge into the water.
You
Carrick?
have water breathing, so you're not drowning.
Yeah,
Can I
there's that.
attempt opportunity?
Carrick, you begin suffocating had it not been for Jason's somehow amazing hindsight. No, what's it called? Foresight, rather. Then, Carrick, you're in completely submerged, so the party can't see you, nor can they see the badge there either.
Fuck.
Justin, you've got
Right.
a
Do I get to take an attack of opportunity as it tries to flee?
Yeah, likewise.
as it's submerging, I'm going to say you can, but disadvantage, and you can't see it. You're blinded by it. Right?
Can I make one
Oh,
flat
wait,
roll because
Justin-
I'm invisible?
Yeah, yes, you would have that.
I need to target the token.
Oh yeah, you would. Yeah. Oh my god! If you hadn't been for that disadvantage, there's a 22 sitting right there.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm afraid, Ignore, you. I did jab again into
Just the
the
monster
water.
brain action.
You-
Oh my god.
You feel like you stabbed into something soft and fleshy, and as you bring it out, you see you've stabbed through like several lily pads and just made a kebab of them. Jason, I'm afraid, also cracks the surface of the water and just splashes everywhere. The crocodile is still submerged. Jason, your turn.
Well, shit.
So we can't see it anymore, right? It's
We
just
can't see
completely
it.
under.
You can't see it, but doesn't mean you can't make an attack at it because it's clearly under the water, and you might be able to see some thrashing from Carrick and bubbles rising to the surface.
I don't think attack rolls are the way to go with this guy. Like, we
Right.
need to be rolling, consistently over, like, between 13 and, like 14 and over to hit for most of us.
It's rough.
So...
Rough spot because any AoE stuff's gonna hit me.
Yeah.
Revive's got a hunter's mark though.
Kind of what I've got.
Ooh, I can beep him. Like, oh, should be able to know where he's going.
Yeah, with the combo of Hexblade's Curse and
Yeah.
hunter's mark.
Let's just put some damage on this fucker. So I'm going to upcast Magic Missile. And put it into
You need to see it, right, don't you? With Magic Missile.
Oh, right, I thought you said we could attack it.
You can attack it, but it'll be disadvantaged because it's like the same when attacking an invisible creature.
Right.
It's like
Can
no,
you dive down? Can you
it's
dive
like
down
no-
and get like right up on it?
I presume a perception check would be an action.
you can see where it is anyway, so you wouldn't need to roll a perception check. But you can see where its location is, but you just can't have eyes on it for spells such as like targeting it. Sorry for the confusion, but yes, you can make attacks at it, but with disadvantage. That's what I kind of meant from earlier. But if you want to target it with a specific spell, you're going to need to, like you just said, get right up into its face and underwater, or you will need to somehow pull it back out. Or, destroy the water. I don't know. This might be Carrick's next trick,
Bear with. My fucking thing won't open. Can it hear me?
Underwater, kind of muffled, but why? What's the spell you're thinking of?
Singing command. See if I can get the
try-
surprise, but
Okay, yeah. You could try and like shout it underwater, it'd be like be bubbled.
that
But,
seems risky. I'm not gonna do it. Like,
Try it.
we're not really in a taking risks kind of position.
It's fine. Fine. I still have my turn next.
I'm kind of a bit fucked here.
I think we gotta try to do the damage with the weapons, because I don't think anything else is gonna hurt it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to drop concentration on greater invisibility.
Really?
Because I can't hit it for sure. So far,
But
we've
it's
only
still
done
only-
one little chunk of damage,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not far from taking Carrick off. So I'm gonna cast slow, which doesn't require me to see it. It's just creatures within an area.
That's fine. Okay. A
He has to
wisdom
roll
save.
a wisdom save, yes.
Okay. I'm afraid you might get some valuable information. Let's see.
Legendary resistance.
Yeah, effectively. Let's see what the dice give me first. Okay, so he has got modifiers to that. But your spell save DC is
16.
in that case 15, 16. Doesn't need to use it. No. Got a very high wisdom save. Somehow. Even in this form, which feels like unnatural. Obviously this is no normal crocodile. But it does in fact make the save even with a 12. It is incredibly wise somehow.
Shit.
Yep. I'm afraid
That's my
that
next
is,
plan. That's my next plan.
well, that's why I say it might be some valuable information. You can tell this thing is completely unaffected by the effect that Jason's trying to lay down on it, and you still feel your body being submerged further and further from your allies.
And I'm gonna use my movement to get up on dry land.
Okay. It is difficult terrain in the water still, but you can wade up there, I'm
I
sure.
had 40 feet.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. Alright,
Yeah.
Rufus. Oh, don't forget about the advantage Rufus is giving people.
Yeah, he gave Carrick the help.
It's to me, but I didn't. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I don't know if Carrick's gonna.
I think that was per last turn, and I did the spell magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Rubia the help action. She's more likely to shoot something at.
okay. Carrick.
Carrick is going to cast Sanctuary on himself,
Alright.
and
Bonus action.
bonus action. Yep, just to get some action economy out there, and then he's going to channel divinity, read thoughts.
Oh, interesting.
Do something.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save, not not thrilled that both of these things are. Oh god,
Mhm.
so
Yeah, it
high.
passes. Easily passes.
Would
Its
have been.
mind, however, as you just barely skirt the surface, you can tell there are a number of different emotions that are just in a chaotic flurry. It's too much to even bear as you try to pierce through his mental maelstrom, but yeah, it rebuffs you as you try to enter into its mind. The creature can't make attacks against you unless it rolls a wisdom save. Well, funnily enough, as it happens, it's not going to try and make an attack. It will just keep swimming, and everyone sees this as well. The ripples begin to push further and further into the swampland. That's its legendary action, Revire.
Right. Come on, Rufus. $24.
Where are you aiming again? Well, you can't really tell where you're aiming. You know what? We'll leave it up to chance, shall we? So, because last time you were just trying to hit it, this time you're just also still trying to hit it, but what have we got? Let me check. D5, I think. For the head, tail, there's 4 limbs, so it's a D6. Alright. We'll say number 1 is the head, 6 is the tail, and 2 through 4 is the limb. So 4. Okay. Interesting. So shooting the arrow as fast and as hard as you can into the water, you see the arrow sink through, and again that drilling motion as it does, and you see the water sort of like split open suddenly, and just in that brief second, you see the arrow impact into its back right foot.
Yes. Also another d6 of damage because another one, but also another one because they're plus ones. So 14
Right.
damage. in total.
14. Okay. I also need to roll a wisdom save again. So many wisdom saves. Oh dear.
Aha!
What was your save?
13.
30. Okay. Wow.
Does he beat me with a...
With a 5, he will burn a legendary resistance. However, the damage that has been impacted is enough that I would like to have Carrot roll a athletics or acrobatics check. Your choice.
Cool. I would like to burn a channel divinity to give myself proficiency in acrobatics.
Nice.
And that is terrible. That wasn't even with the so that's +3 to that. So a 9. So I'm sure I'm free now. For my next turn, what I'd like to do I'm just kidding.
I'm afraid you're feeling the beast suddenly flinch, and it's a moment of hesitation. You try to unclamp the jaws, but you feel like you're just pressed between 2 irons.
Yeah, but I am proficient in that.
All right.
For 10 minutes now.
There's a tremor in the ground, and there's a sudden thrash that ripples across the whole swampland. And that tremor seems to fill the air, like not just coming from the ground, but it feels like a pressure in the air is being reverberated, and it thrums across the entire Shadowlands. Then the beast emerges onto this dry land. He has to get past here. Carrick, you're still held within its jaws. Tempting to make a dash. I think it's going to stick to its original plan. But this... Oh, of course. Yes, of course. I know what I'm going to do. Then... Oh, Carrick, I'm sorry. You see this creature begin to rear up slightly, and it places its 2 front paws onto this tree in front of it. As it does, you see the tree crack and open up, like it's just been widened to form a passageway. There's a dark, dank tunnel beyond. There is dripping wet ceiling from above, and almost like this kind of blood red stone forming the tunnel ahead. And as it's perched up on the front of the tree, then lets go and falls into this tunnel, and is going to use the rest of its movement to try and get into it. I think it can as well, because this tree right here. So he just climbs up into the land, opens up this tree, and pulls Carrick in with it. And I'm afraid both of them vanish as the tree begins to close back up and seal its bark once again. It is Ignat's go.
The tunnel's already closed.
It's the... Oh, let me check. Let me check the spell real quick.
Wait, but right, because I don't see it casting spells as normal,
No.
so I can't.
Yep. If you can't see it cast a spell, it is uncounterable. The ruling I checked out before this session, actually. Okay, the spell was pretty powerful as well. It has created a link, and it lasts for the duration, which is one action. It's one round it lasts.
What's the spell?
It is transport via plants.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out. We're outie.
So one round is what it lasts, effectively. It says any creature can step into the target plant and exit from the destination using 5 foot of its movement. I'll check
Well,
it
in for penny, in for pound, I'm gonna teleport to the tree and touch it.
Can't you teleport to the creature because of Relentless Hex?
Only if I can see it.
Or off. Any creatures.
And doesn't... What's the range on these things?
You do reach the tree. As you place your hand upon it, it feels like just a normal mundane tree. The duration, however, it does say duration 1 round, so I'm going to count that as literally one whole turn you've got. It costs 1 action, but the duration is 1 round. Okay, as you place your hand on the tree, you feel it suddenly shudder and rip open again. And you see the bachelor is directly in front of you. Directly there with Carrick in its jaws. So you're right here.
Hex.
You know, no need. You're already right against it.
Yeah, but don't I have to step through the plant in some capacity?
Sort of, yeah. I'm going to say, though, it's like a literal gateway that you're, like a door. You're standing in the doorway of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's blocking, I want to Relentless Hex in front of it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Stop it from moving.
Sure. Okay, then you teleport and reappear on the other side, right next to Carrick, in fact.
Oh, hi.
And since it was, yeah, I can't do much else because that was bonus action.
Okay.
So I'll just kind of stand the spear, just be like, let him go. We can finish this.
You see there is a visible wound on its leg that has the arrow embedded into it. There's an ethereal kind of mist leaking out, but also a prevalent sense of blood dribbling from it as well. It's just okay.
Just checking something.
Hmm.
So that fact it's got such a high wisdom has really messed up all of my things I was going to do to it.
And I can't see it.
You can.
Okay.
The tree is like wide open right now. It lasts a whole round. It's up to you what you want to do.
Tricky one.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Do you guys think I should transform myself so I can get closer to it? I still can't get like within touching range, so the tree will close on me. Or should I try getting another save spell on it?
It's got resistances. Can you turn me into something really big?
Oh, I can. Can I see Carrick?
Yeah, he's flailing around at the front of the beast.
Carrick, you're getting polymorphed.
Oh, boy.
I willingly accept.
What are you turning him into? Something big, I'm assuming.
Well, I'm thinking something big or something really small.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. A water rat or something. A piranha.
Like an eel.
An ant.
Would you dare turn something into a legless creature, Jason?
That's a point. Never. A eel with 2 little legs.
That'd be a newt. That'd be a great choice. You could even keep the same color.
Yeah, not a newt.
What's the CR on polymorph?
Whatever my level 8 for me.
Oh shit, that's quite a lot.
Right, so any beast level 8 or lower.
Yeah, that's alright. Let's go with this. The beast only, remember.
Cool. Carrick, you're a T-Rex.
Oh my shit. Oh god.
I thought T-Rex is 9.
That's legit.
Nope, challenge rating 8. You got yourself 136 hit points.
My god.
You've got a 2 bite attacks, which have a +10 to hit, or with 4d12 plus 7 each, which can grapple on a DC 17.
Oh my shit.
It's a good time.
I would just like to say, as this happens, just like to look at the T-Rex as it grows, just be like, I warned you!
There is a look of shock and surprise on the crocodile's face as the T-Rex lets out its bestial roar.
Let's have a crack at that tail as well, shall we? This boat, does it still float? Or is it completely buggered?
It's buggered in a way, but it could float. It's still floating right now, so you assume it is buoyant.
Okay, I'm gonna can I use some of my movement to kick it off the shore?
Yes, you can.
So I run up to it, sort of kick it with one leg and then jump on. And that should be my thing. Rufus is going to give Revire the help action. No, Rufus is going to give the T-Rex the help action.
Okay.
Love it.
That's you shove off and you stand one boot at the front of the whip in hand, and it is Carrick's. Oh, wait, hold on. At the end of your turn, gotta use these legendary actions. Man, you're both in the way. Okay. T-Rex is probably the biggest obstacle. I'm gonna try and make a tail attack at the T-Rex.
The T-Rex still does have Sanctuary on it.
Alright, wisdom save.
God damn it, I'm standing next to you!
I know, I'm sorry. Just
Actually wants to get the T-Rex out
And
of
it
the way.
fails.
16.
It's going to use its second legendary resistance to pass that.
It really wants to hit me.
It does, and there's a good reason for it. It's a good thing for you because you're already a tank of hit points, but
Yeah.
it-
No,
once you
I
get
mean,
the
I want it to get hit. I want it. Hit me.
man, you
Makes
passed
it
though.
strength save.
Yeah, you do.
Plus 7.
Nice. Okay, fair enough. The tail does hit you though, and you take a chunk of damage, but it's nothing in your new bulky, scaly form. Fire, you're up.
Cool. That was a lot. Okay.
Wait, do I not get a turn?
Oh, no, you don't. We're good. Of course you do, yeah. No, I don't know why I missed you, yeah. It was at the end of Jason's go that happened, sorry. Go ahead, Carrick.
All right. So the Caracosaurus Rex, which I've renamed as in the character sheet there. So I'm not smart, right? I'm really
No.
dumb.
Oh yeah, you're
Like,
super dumb.
Yeah.
Your intelligence score is 2.
Yeah. Like
-4.
I'm in this thing's mouth, or it dropped me.
No, you can't hold another huge creature or anything like that.
I
You
think
Yeah, I
busted
mean,
out. Yeah.
The
easily.
only thing I would
It's
do
huge
is
itself.
fight.
you can like grapple each other though.
Let's check out it. It can.
Use your little arms. Use your little arms.
Oh, yeah, shit, it can actually. Because it's a huge creature itself.
So it still got me.
It's got you by like one of your little tiny T-Rex arms, yeah.
No.
Just get it back,
okay.
man.
Yeah, I'm just gonna in this rage. It's just gonna I'm just gonna charge forward and move my full movement back through the tree hole.
Okay.
You auto grapple on hit.
You're
So
gonna have to
bring it with
break
you.
free.
Yeah.
You're gonna have. Oh shit! So first of all,
Right.
you are restrained. So if you want to use any movement, you're gonna have to either break free or.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a strength check
Yes.
to try to. Well, I want to grapple it basically, and then pull it with me.
If you both grapple each other, you're locked in place in a kind of a wrestling stalemate.
That's
Okay,
right.
so I can't. So I won't be able to break the grapple and grapple it in the same turn.
You have multi-attack.
Okay.
You do, but I think
I don't.
to make that escape DC, you have to, I think, use an action.
I think I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm just going to make 2 attacks.
I'll go ahead.
Intelligence 2 is so dumb.
You need
wait.
to click the actual bite and yeah.
I don't
Okay.
see like, the
Oh, it's on inventory.
inventory. Okay, got it. Sorry. Roll and roll.
In fact, where it says multi-attack, one with its bite and one with its tail, it can't make both attacks against the same target. So, because it's so huge, it can't
Okay.
like do a spin.
Well, still,
do
I'll
that.
take that 29 points of piercing damage.
Oh yeah, the bite's still a chunk.
And I need to do a tail one then?
You can't do the tail against the same target. You could hit
Got it.
Igni if you wanted.
Tempting.
But however, with that bite, you also grapple it, right?
DC medium or smaller creature.
Yeah, but it just grapples like straight up.
If the target is a medium or smaller creature.
Or medium or smaller, yeah. You see, the giant crocodile doesn't have that clause, which is what I thought it was earlier. Which is why I was like, oh yeah, it would have busted out, but it can
Yeah.
actually, it doesn't have that. So believe it or not, a giant crocodile
Cool.
can
Well, I'll
grab a
do
T-Rex,
20.
but a T-Rex can't grab a crocodile. Crazy.
What a world.
What?
That's my
Fine.
turn.
Doesn't the bite attack have a grapple built into it?
Right.
If it's a medium or smaller creature.
Exactly,
Oh,
if it's a
right.
medium or smaller. But the giant croc has a much
It's-
bigger mouth, it seems.
Yeah.
Fucking mad. Well, regardless, this.
I use my second multi-attack to roar.
Okay. Revire, now it's your go.
Okay.
That's my roar. My roar is ferocious.
Very good roll. I think your charisma's higher than the other bonus action.
My charisma is higher as a Krakosaurus Rex than as a Getseri.
Bizarre.
That's so depressing.
So funny though.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
You have the help action, so you have
roll-
triple advantage.
I don't have the help action.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
So, hold on, Revi.
Sorry.
That 17 hits.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Because somehow this armor doesn't deflect the arrow. What's happened with your wound is this magical sort of force of nature that's preventing him from being hurt seems to be weakened in this moment, and your attack strikes true.
8 damage.
8 damage. Okay.
Do you want to do your triple advantage in case you got a crit on that one?
Rufus was giving you the help action.
The 11 does miss. However.
In which case, you want to roll a d20 just in case you crit, or are we too late for that?
Oh, you can roll another one. Yeah, sure. Oh my god!
With this.
This is why we ask.
This is what.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, cool. So roll an extra d6, and another d6 for the hex. So 2d6.
I just hurt myself.
Don't do that.
So I need to do another d8 and another d6.
Mm-hmm. Also, for this turn, something else you're about to witness.
Oh, I don't remember that. Alright.
Is that it fails its effect on Bane.
Does my proficiency get
nice.
added again on a crit? No.
No.
No,
just
just the
the
dice.
Well, it's another 14
Creatures.
points of damage.
And the arrow suddenly animates, and you see there is a spectral form of a honey badger just tearing into its scales, gnawing and chewing away. It's so tiny compared to this creature, but it doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And well, that's quite the turn. At the end of your go, it's still got you grappled. So you know what it's gonna do? It's gonna spin you round, dragging you instead to face where you wanted to be in the first place, actually, believe it or not. And actually, you know what? It's just going to drag you all the way out, and then uses the rest of its movements to let go of you and move back in.
I'll take opportunity.
And attack of opportunity? Yes, you would.
Can I will actually make it with my tail.
Okay.
Because does the tail have a knockdown thing like it does? No, it doesn't actually.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, bite. Just a bite then. Rawr.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, I just didn't feel. Roll.
And an 18 also hits because it's not got wrapped around to its turn. You're basically keeping its AC down. There are a lot of hidden mechanics in this little fight, but as you notice, the wound is slowing down the creature. It seems to be more sluggish as the teeth rake down its back and pierce its flesh.
Yeah, just trying to bite onto its tail there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you bite down onto its tail. The wound does not bleed, however. It does seem to sink into its flesh, though. And, like, you mangle its tail slightly. But it doesn't seem like the tail is like... And nor do you feel that kind of tremor through the ground, either. Okay. The bachelors go. Okay. At this point, Ignir, the tree is closing up behind. I'm going to give you one last reaction because it just, you can tell from what it's trying to do right now is it just threw the T-Rex out of its lair. It doesn't want anything to do with that. And it's come back inside and the portal is closing up. Whilst I look through the spells, I'll give you a chance to think about what you want to do.
As a reaction?
Yeah, almost as a reaction, because I'm just looking through my spells while you think about if you want to stay in here or not.
Oh, I do not want to stay in here. But I don't have a reaction that teleports me.
No, okay then. In that case, this is what we're gonna do.
And so you're like, you could be on the other side of the island.
Yeah, he could be
Anywhere on
anywhere.
the same thing.
Man, it was all earlier when you used your hex teleport. That's why I was like, do you want to be on the outside, striking in? Or, and you were like, you teleported in. I was like, alright, fuck. So, I'm just checking my spells. No, I don't think there is a spell that's fitting here. So, instead, we're going to go for a... Actually, yeah, no, there is one. I'm going to do it on... I'm going to do it as part of an attack, though. Why haven't I been doing this earlier? Oh my god. Alright, he's going to make one bite attack against you. And cast a spell into his jaws as he does this. You see a sickly green glow coming from them, and as they chomp towards you. It's a 24 to hit. Oh god. That is going to leave you on very little HP. Afterwards, the spell takes effect. You feel a surge of what feels at first like poison, but it racks your body so fast. There must be some sort of magical effect. Now, I think you need to roll a con save, so do that for us real quick. I just don't want to reveal what it is. Just roll me a con save. Cool, that is the first fail. And as for its movement,
Oh, shit, Sue. I know what it is.
might know. Okay. After that, oh yeah, hold on, I have got Bane. I mean, does it really make much difference? Oh, it does. Sorry, so it would have been an 18 to hit.
Still hits me.
Okay, it's still a hit. Shit.
Do you
Crap.
have any spell slots? Can you shield?
Don't have it.
Ah.
That is a dish darn shame in this instance. Okay. However, the bachelor doesn't seem to want to hang around. You can tell it's moving up its tunnel, and as it does, its last limping leg goes around the corner, and the tail slithers away into a maze-like structure. You're left bleeding out from the chomp, but it didn't seem to want to drag you with it. Instead, it's left a mark on you. Some sort of sickness is racking your body, and you feel this heat rush to your head, and it hits you in waves. Now, it's your go. I'll say that the tree is about to close. You can get out now, or forever hold your peace. It's up to you.
It's up to you. I mean, if what I think this is, am I restrained?
No, you're not.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will just book it out.
Oh my God, I thought you were knocked out. I didn't realize you were on 2 hit points. I thought you were knocked out.
Oh, yeah. On two.
Ooh.
Dive out onto a lily pad.
The tree begins to close fully, and as you turn around, it is completely mundane once again. I need you to make another Constitution saving throw. That is another failure. And you see Ignia just like keel over as he just gets to the dry land. He probably nearly falls into the deep water. You gotta like, yeah, go on.
Drop polymorph.
Boom.
Okay.
Mid roar. Carrick comes out of it.
Carrick, you land next to the water, and you can see Ignia reeling over. He's leaning forward on a lily pad and stumbling around.
I will. Yes, I'll heal him.
Okay.
And while I'm healing him, can I give him a once over just like to see what it looks like is maybe happening to him?
Yeah, you can roll me either a medicine or an arcana check.
So 16
Oh, wow.
healing.
Okay. So 16 healing. You feel like your wound is closing and the blood is clotting, but something about your innards still feel like they're wriggling around. And that healing does nothing to heal you of that affliction. Carrick, as you can still see him like reeling over and maybe looking even lightheaded at this point. He is definitely under some sort of magical affliction, whether it be it's definitely poison, but it's not. It's worse than poison. He's under that condition, poison condition, but there's
I
something
will.
extra. There's
Yeah, I'll cast Lesser Restoration.
okay. Let me just check something.
One disease or one condition affecting it.
Okay, before you get a chance to do that, because you've used Cure Wounds to begin with, that's your first action. I need him to run. I need Ignir to roll one last Constitution save. That is the third fail. So, oh boy. Can you roll me a d6? Three. You start to see Ignir's scales peel away, revealing bare flesh underneath. You see his horns begin to crack, and his claws even start to kind of wither and rot. And you can feel your body kind of like it's all shutting down, and your face feels like it feels like it's being pulled against your skull. You have disadvantage on all charisma checks, and you're vulnerable to all damage.
For
Come
how long?
Yeah, now it comes back around to your turn, Carrick, and you're attempting to cast Lesser Restoration.
Yeah.
Which would cure a poison, a disease, or paralyze, or... Okay, alright. Interesting thing. Just double checking. Thank the gods. You have a cleric in your party. Carrick, tell me how you restore Carrick from this rapid rotting decay.
So Carrick, after touching him and casting Cure Wounds and seeing that it doesn't have an effect, he just kind of puts his hand on wherever it looks like the most afflicted area is, and then just claw it's his hand with one finger missing, and where he puts that hand on the body, he kind of just reaches in and pulls out whatever negative magic is there in the shape of his missing finger, and then just like brushes his hand away, and then the magic that's bad, that's doing the evil stuff, just kind of that fake finger falls away.
Yeah, it falls in the water, and like you hear a plop as well. It's like almost it became solid just a second ago, and it slithers away and crawls into the tree and sinks into its bark.
Well, burn that tree.
Yeah. Ignir, you feel your scales. A few of them are missing and are patchy in places, but it's stopped. And there is a visible fissure in one of his horns. Other than that, you feel your complexion restoring.
Thank you for making me pretty again. It was going to be a rough one.
What? I have no idea what was happening there, but that didn't look good. Thank you for coming to
Would I
save me.
be able to figure out what spell would cause something like that?
Yes. The only reason I didn't tell Carrick on a 23 immediately is because it hadn't taken its final effect, and so even Carrick would know this as well, as you've just witnessed that rapid rot. The effect wasn't obvious at first, but now, after you've restored him and yanked that same malevolent magic away, that was a contagion spell. And it was delivered through his jaws, of all things. I'll pop it into the chat for you, just so you can have a little read.
Damn.
Because that was fucked up, what that thing can do.
Nice. Okay.
Make a melee spell attack. So I did that with the bite, and then poisoned you. But yeah.
That's not cool.
However, with the Bachelor retreated back into its lair and coming away very, very worse for wear, everyone is looking battered and bruised from that fight. You have, in fact, still dealt him a terrible wound, and that wound seemed to strip him of his unnatural resilience to being hit. For that one moment, there was a sign of weakness. If it bleeds, you can kill it. And on that note, we're going to end tonight's session. It has come up to 3 on the dot. But as a little, as a little exposition, Rufus, who's always on the watch for extra enemies sneaking up, takes flight, and from his vantage point, he sees across this vast, shadowy jungle. And let me take him back to the map. There is a massive sinkhole in the distance. The earth is still pouring into it. And it is exactly where you struck it. What did I say? The back right foot, right? So his back right foot. Oh god, that's in the village.
Oops.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh wow, I didn't expect that one. Cool.
Was it the? Was it the? Oh, that was the. This was the shot in the dark that happened
That's
in the
right.
water.
Yeah, Revire got a clean shot on the creature, and managed to give a wound to its right foot, back right foot. That's where the gleaming fins reside, and you might even see one of their large huts beginning to lean. The stilts snap, and you see one of the huts sink into the earth, into this massive sinkhole. And
I would just like to say, guys, it wasn't us.
I mean, whilst we're at it, did those T-Rex bites do any similar damage?
they did, but they did resilient. He was kind of resilient to that.
Okay.
It needs to be.
Matt,
It did
the
damage,
bones. Got you.
but it needs to be one of those
Yes.
bone weapons to deliver the blow. Yeah.
Good stuff.
So good stuff indeed. The sinkhole keeps going into the ground, like deeper and deeper. Who knows what lies within the earth? But you just saw a little brief glimpse of it, that kind of blood-red stone, dripping archways. And Igne, you nearly got trapped inside of it, but God's grace, it's with you. So yes, thank you very much for watching. That's where we'll end tonight's episode of The Last Resort Company, and their encounter with the Bachelor hopefully enlightened them in a few unsuspected ways. This is a terrifying beast, definitely of godlike proportions. But hopefully with your god-slaying weapons, this might be the turning point. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.